Okay. Welcome, everyone. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. We are waiting for a few more members to join.
All the devices will be on.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, Mahavirji.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Paddy.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Beautiful background. It's lovely.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We'll be starting in just a few minutes. We're waiting for a few more people to join. And in the next 2 to 3 minutes, we will start. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, esteemed guests, and champions of women empowerment. Welcome to the 4th Annual Women Conference 2024. Ramadan Karim to those observing the holy month. I am C. Abhuvana, Executive Committee member of BCICI for the term 23-24. And I'm going to be the master of ceremony for today's inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we delve into the insightful session, allow me to address a few housekeeping rules to ensure that our conference runs smoothly. Firstly, please switch on the camera and mute your microphone to minimize the background noise and disruptions. Secondly, we encourage active participation and engagement throughout the conference. So, please feel free to use the chat box to ask questions, share insights, and contribute to the discussions during the designated Q&A sessions. Lastly, speakers and participants should be mindful of time limits for presentation and discussions to ensure a smooth flow of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather virtually from different corners of the world, let us take a moment to honor our nations and ICAI Institute by playing the anthems. Can we have the anthems played?
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति
Manu, ഇതാണ് സംഭവം.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great enthusiasm that I introduce the theme of our gatherings today. Invest in women, accelerate progress. Let me repeat. Invest in women, accelerate progress. Investing in women is not just a moral imperative, it is an economic necessity. Studies have shown that women are given equal opportunities to participate in the economy, entire nations prosper, business thrive, and societies flourish. I hope you will all agree with me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite our chairperson, C.S. Thanumurthy Vishwanathan Meera, to join us on screen and initiate the lighting of lamp.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are having a lovely Friday morning. As part of the traditional Indian culture, we begin every new initiative with the lighting of the lamp. And so, since this being a virtual event, we will do the same in the virtual format.
So, the lighting of the virtual lighting.
I would
Yeah,
just request everybody to please stay on mute unless you are one of the speakers. Thank you so much for your kind understanding.
Thank you, C.S. Thanu. Now, as we gather here today for the momentous occasion, I'm delighted to announce the launch of our conference souvenir. I'm pleased to introduce the esteemed editor-in-chief, C.A. Jagdish, and co-editor, C.A. Margathavalli, executive committee member of BCICAI, whose dedication and expertise have been instrumental in curating this exceptional compilation. Further, I extend my gratitude to all the contributors who have generously shared their knowledge and insights, enriching the contents of this souvenir and ensuring its value as a source of inspiration for years to come. Thank you, C.S. Thanu. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our esteemed chairperson, C.S. Thanumurthy Vishwanathan Meera, a visionary leader, to share his insights and wisdom with us. Over to you, C.S. Thanu.
Thank you, C.A. Bhuvana, for inviting me on stage and also for having conducted the inaugural session so wonderfully. Thank you all to all the guests. I'm actually honored to address you as a chairperson of this esteemed organization on this momentous occasion of our 4th annual Women Conference. This year, as we gather to celebrate the remarkable achievements and relentless spirit of women across the globe, we align our focus with the United Nations theme for International Women's Day, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. This theme resonates deeply with our ethos, especially when viewed through the lens of the Indian culture, which has long celebrated the strength and grace of women. In our rich Indian heritage, women have been extolled since ancient times, revered as Devi or goddess, and honored as the very fabric of our society. Our rich history is replete with tales of women who were scholars, warriors, and leaders, embodying the virtues of strength, courage, wisdom, and compassion. The concept of Shakti, which signifies power and empowerment, is a testament to the respect accorded to women in our culture. The annual theme of our term 2023-24, Sankachhadvam Sambadadvam, also resonates with the UN theme for International Women's Day, which is Invest in Women and Accelerate Progress, using the same principle of progress through inclusion. It implores us to move forward in harmony, to engage in dialogue, to understand one another's minds, and to collaborate seamlessly. Today, as we gather to celebrate the achievements and potentials of women, we are reminded of the need to invest in the future. By empowering women, we are not only upholding the traditions of our past, but also paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous future. Our conference aims to highlight the strides made in women empowerment, both in India and globally, while also addressing the challenges that remain. We will explore topics such as economic independence, leadership, and the role of women in innovation and technology. We will also delve into the importance of gender responsive financing and the impact of investing in women on societal progress. As we celebrate this year's theme, let us also remember what Manusmriti says: where women are honored, there the gods are pleased. Let us honor our women by creating opportunities for them to thrive and by investing in their dreams and aspirations. In closing, I urge each one of you to carry forward the message of this conference and the spirit of our culture. Let us work together to invest in women and accelerate progress. For when we empower women, we empower humanity. I hope this conference will leave all of us in a more inclusive and progressive world. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, C.S. Dhanamurthy. That was a wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today to celebrate the spirit of empowerment and progress, it is my distinct pleasure to extend a heartfelt invitation to His Excellency Vinod K. Jacob, the Ambassador of India to Bahrain, for his recorded address.
I'd like to congratulate the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for organizing their 4th annual Women's Conference. I think Mr. Sthanamurthy Vishwanathan Meera and his team have done an excellent job over the years in the past year, and this year's theme of Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, I feel is both topical and relevant. I wish all the participants the very best, and I hope that they contribute actively to this important theme. When we look around the world today in the economic sphere, and when we talk about India, the role of women in pushing the GDP growth rate has been quite substantial. Now, if we're talking about a 7% growth rate in India, the role of women in reaching that stage at a time when the world average is just about 3% is very, very important. That is a very important aspect that we'll have to keep in mind. Second, we see when we look around the world, the active role played by women, Indian women in advanced technologies and space, applied sciences, in the creative arts. These all actively contribute to unifying the country and bringing a pan-India narrative, and this is something that we have to acknowledge. The role that women play in the political space has also increased, and they have increasingly influential role in the passing of laws, and that is something that has a direct impact on the lives of the people. A large chunk of the glory that we get in the major Olympic events, in the world track and field events, in other sports, World Cup, largely owed to Indian women, and that is a trend that continues to stay over the years, and that is something that we should cherish. Then when we look at the role played by women in the professions like chartered accountants, like lawyers and doctors, it's quite significant. So when quite apart from the role that they play in making their homes successful, in contributing to the prosperity and well-being of the families, women play an increasingly important role in their societies and the communities. The list of contributions can go on, but I would like to just conclude by saying that I hope that this conference addresses all the themes, all the sub-themes related to this major theme, and comes out with some concrete outcomes for which forms as food for thought in the years going forward, not only for women in India, but also for women in Bahrain and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite our chairperson, C.S. Anumurthy Vishwanatha Meera, to felicitate our ambassador with virtual token of appreciation. Over to you, Sanu.
Thank you, Bhuvana. Thank you for inviting me. And I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Sri Vinod K. Jacob, the ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, to have spent time, and due to his inavailability, he had taken time to record a message and share it with us. As a token of our appreciation, we present this certificate, which should be in memory for all. And thank you, sir, for participating in our conference.
Bhuwana, I think you are on mute.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure and anticipation that I extend a cordial invitation to the President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for his address.
Yatha drishti tatha shrishti, meaning, as is one's vision, so is one's experience. This timeless wisdom encapsulated within the verses of the Bhagavad Gita serves as the guiding light for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the council year 2024-25. Assuming the office as 72nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, along with Vice President CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, anticipates his vision on the theme Drishti.
I am privileged that I am assuming the responsibility of an institution which is not an institute, but over the last 75 years, which has become an institution in itself and which has become the world's largest accounting body, and I am the 72nd president of this institute, which is the world's largest accounting.
Drishti, which symbolizes a transformative journey, pulsating with innovation across the 7 pillars: D, R, I, S, H, T, I. Drishti. One of the major focus areas this year is digitalization. Taking a lead in this area, ICAI has formed a new committee this year, AI in ICAI, to harness the potential of artificial intelligence to empower the profession and strengthen the operations and infrastructure in order to optimize productivity and meet the demands of a digital-centric world. Fostering research and development for capacity building, ICAI will further strengthen its research studies in the areas of accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services to provide conducive environment for research, development and innovation. Integrity, which forms the core of the Institute. Recognizing this cornerstone of the profession, the Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, lauded the unwavering dedication of chartered accountants to upholding the highest ethical standards.
Ethics is quintessential to your profession to ensure trust and integrity in financial reporting, auditing, taxation, and consulting services. Out of experience, I can say, chartered accountants in Bharat have the highest ethics quotient.
ICAI is extremely focused on adapting and upgrading the acumen and skills of the professionals in tune with the changing requirements in order to provide conducive environment for research, development and innovation. ICAI is planning to establish new Center of Excellence Pan-India. H in Drishti symbolizes hand-holding. As a trusted partner in nation building, ICAI provides guidance to MSMEs and startups, educating the masses through financial and tax literacy drive, assisting 2.6 lakh panchayats and municipal bodies towards strengthening accountability mechanism for good governance by providing certificate course jointly with the Office of CNAG to skill and train accountants at grassroots level. T signifies transparency, reflecting ICAI's commitment towards fostering trust and accountability while enhancing the quality of assurance services offered by its members. ICAI's pioneering initiative of UDIN for verification have instilled trust and transparency in the financial and auditing realms.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। आपके व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
Independence I guides unbiased actions in the financial landscape. ICAI, the largest accountancy body founded on the bedrock of ethics, integrity and independence, propelling India towards becoming an economic powerhouse of the world by 2047. With Drishti, ICAI envisions a golden period for the profession, shaping the future with innovation, integrity and excellence.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite our chairperson, C.S. Sanumurthy Vishwanathan Meera, to felicitate our president with virtual token of appreciation.
Thank you, C. Bhuvana. And I also thank our president of the parent body ICAI, Sri Rajit Kumar Agarwalji. Due to his unavailability, he has shared with us the video, and I'm sure it has also given light to the vision that ICAI has for the time to come. At this time, I take the opportunity to thank him, and we would present a certificate of gratitude to him for having come platform and given us motivation to do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, C.S. Sanumurthy. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our inaugural session. We will now move on to our next session. Gender equality in the accounting profession is not just an aspiration, but a necessity for a balanced and inclusive industry. Empowering women in accounting ensures diverse perspectives, driving innovation and progress forward. Without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today, a visionary leader, a champion of progress, who is recognized for her commitment to advancing global economic development, to speak on the topic, gender equality in the accounting profession. Can we have the AV, please?
Eleanor Botrina is an Economic Affairs Officer at the Division of Investment and Enterprise of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, working on facilitation of the intergovernmental support as well as expansion of the technical cooperation projects, on assessing the progress of the private sector in the attainment of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with a view to facilitate sustainable investment and inclusive growth. She conducted extensive economic research and contributed to preparing analytical reports on sustainability and SDG reporting, as well as coordinated development of the practical case studies on measuring the contribution of the private sector to the implementation of the SDGs. She leads technical cooperation project and regional partnership on enabling policy frameworks for enterprise sustainability and SDG reporting in the African region, and facilitates the work of UNCTAD as a co-custodian for developing metadata guidance for the SDG Indicator 1261 that encourages enterprises, especially large and transnational companies, to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information into their reporting cycle. Her previous experience relates to working in multinational organizations providing expertise on credit ratings, audit and reporting, including Fitch Ratings and KPMG. She holds an MBA degree from IMD Business School, Switzerland, and BA from State University of Management, Russia. She also holds a position of past president of the Junior Chamber International in Geneva that is focused on providing leadership development opportunities that empower young people to create positive change in the local and global context. Elena Botvina.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Elena Botvina. Over to you, Ms. Elena Botvina.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, participants, distinguished delegates and panelists. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all today on behalf of United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. I would like, first of all, to start with expressing my sincere gratitude for ICIA for inviting me to present a keynote speech at this conference and to open the discussion on such an important topic as the gender equality in the accountancy profession. Let me share my slides, please. Chair, please let me know if you can see my slides on the screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I would like to start with the substantive introduction for those of you who might not be yet familiar with the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development. And I'm happy to inform you that UNCTAD is a focal point on enterprise accounting and reporting issues. UNCTAD serves as a secretariat for the Intergovernmental Working Group of Experts on International Standards of Accounting and Reporting, called ISAR. This standing group, Intergovernmental Standing Group, was established in 1982 by the UN Economic and Social Council. So last year, we have celebrated the 40th anniversary session of ISAR that was chaired by ICIA, and this is also my honor to mention it in my remarks. UNCTAD through ISAR supports UN member states to implement international standards, codes, and best practices to promote harmonization and improve the quality of corporate reporting. I would immediately refer to the context of women leadership, since this is the main discussion, the main focus of the discussion for today. And I'm very happy to announce that within the last 10 years, we had at least 3 women chairwomen of the ISAR committee, which is quite a high-level position at the intergovernmental scope. And I would like to introduce these women to you. The first one is Vânia Maria de Costa Borge. She's the head of the Brazilian Network for Integrated Reporting, and she was also in the UNCTAD ISAR since 2007, so it's a long-standing member. She performed as a chair of ISAR at the 32nd session. The next leader is Ms. Arman Bikturova, who comes from Kazakhstan. She's the director of Accounting and Reporting Division of Ministry of Finance, and she was a chair of the 35th session of ISAR. Ms. Elsa Beatriz Garcia Bojores, a chair of Mexican Council for Financial Reporting Standards. This is a standard, the main standard setting body in Mexico. She's also a chair of the Latin American Regional Partnership since 2022, and she performed in a role of chair at the 38th session of ISAR. I would give also a bit of the context of course, SDG and sustainability reporting within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So within the context of 2030 Agenda, of course, ISA contributes to enhancing the role of enterprise reporting in assessing the private sector contribution to the SDG implementation towards facilitation of sustainable finance and investment. So now moving forward towards the gender aspect and the gender equality focus of our discussion, I would like to mention here, just one second, I'm sorry. I would like to mention here the SDG number 5. This is why I started with the context of Sustainable Development Goals, and I hope that all of you are familiar with Sustainable Development Goal on gender equality. Again, I'm mentioning here our standing body, UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, that recommends to all subsidiary bodies and expert group, including ISA, to mainstream gender and the empowerment of women in their work and dedicate special attention to targets on gender equality contained in Sustainable Development Goal number 5 and other SDGs that fall within the purview. We also need to look at the target 5.5 that ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. In this context, UNCTAD conducted research and 3 comprehensive surveys to collect data from standard setters, professional accountancy organizations, and accounting and auditing firms. The data collected on female members or employees and women in leadership position from the period between 2019 and 2021. This information was presented at the 40th session of ISA, and this is my honor to share the outcomes of this survey, of this comprehensive review together with you today. The survey gathered a series of policies and actions also to accelerate progress in gender equality. UNCTAD also collected data for 3 types of institutions at the global, regional, and national levels using publicly available sources and reviewed several existing studies on gender equality. So let's look at the outcome. I'm sure you are very interested to learn what are the numbers and statistics that we came up with, because we were excited to share this information, and I'm excited to share it with you today. So the proportion of women in senior roles in business was actually around 30%, while in the accountancy profession, executive committees and the professional accounting organizations had 40% female members, which I'm happy to announce and congratulate our experts in accounting. In the global Big 4 companies, however, female senior leadership ranged from 23% to 27%. And international standard setting bodies had around 44 female members. We should also acknowledge the regional differences in business and in the professional accounting organization. So in business, for example, Africa has the highest proportion of women in senior management. That's about 40%, followed by Southeast Asia, slightly lower, 38%. In Latin America, again, slightly lower, 36%. Europe, surprisingly, it's only 34%. And North America comes to the 33%. And the lowest proportion of women in these roles was found in the Asia-Pacific region. So this is still the area for development, 28%. In the professional accounting organization sample, the proportion of women members is the highest in Europe. So this is where Europe is taking leading positions with 60% outcome, closely followed by Latin America with 56%, and then comes Asia and Africa, 36% for Asia, and African female members correspond with 22%. So there's also a difference between developed and developing countries, and standard setting boards in developed countries had an average of 45 female members, while the developing countries would highlight almost twice as less, 23%. Moving forward, female representation decreases the higher the position in business and the accountancy profession. So again, this is something that we should look into with the certain policies and certain actions that could address this particular group of leadership to promote the female strong positions and advocacy. The Big Four at the global level are more active in monitoring, evaluating, and reporting their gender equality status. However, smaller accounting firms and national professional accounting organizations and standard setting body are lagging behind. But I'm sure this is not the case for ICIA because I'm personally could have witnessed quite a lot of successful women leadership examples, and I'm very happy to congratulate your organization with this. The policies and actions implemented by the different institutions within the accountancy profession are very similar. Some are more common among accounting firms. Now we can look into the more tangible, let's say precise data and numbers correlated with the international standard setting bodies. On the screen, you can see the proportion of women, including the appointment of chairwoman or vice chairwoman, according to the data received in 2023. So from here, we can witness that among ISSB, IASB, IAASB, PIO-AB, ISBA, IPSASB, and GSSB-GRI, the leading ones are IPSASB and GSSB-GRI. Followed by ISSB. Let's say these are the top three. We can also see that among almost among almost 10, but it's in actually the 7, 8 international standard setting bodies were looked in, there is only 3 chairwomen at this point of time and 4 vice chairwomen. The one from ISBA is also present here. Next, if we look into the gender equality represented in the Big Four community, considering Deloitte, Ernst & Young, KPMG, and PricewaterhouseCoopers. This is the data that comes as of 30 September 2022. We can state that the proportion of women is much more balanced in KPMG and PricewaterhouseCoopers, but actually followed by Ernst & Young and Deloitte. So this is really, I would say, more harmonious space than the professional accounting organizations and even the international standard setting bodies. We could also look at the dynamics of proportion of women in executive committees of professional accounting organizations by region. And you can observe now on the screen the period between 2019 and 2021 that the worldwide statistics is growing. This is a very positive and optimistic view. We, at the same time, we see a flat curve for Europe, which means that nothing changed that much, as well as for Africa, and that basically these changes are driven by 2 main regions, which is Latin America and Asia. So what are the policies and approaches that may help to facilitate women leadership in the accountancy profession and promote the gender equality? And we've looked into some of the successful examples among the professional accounting organizations, Big Four, and international standard bodies across the world. So first of all, it is, of course, reducing biases in the recruitment process. And sometimes for this, what we call gender neutrality. We may not even need to promote successful and highly qualified women, but we need to give them the opportunity to have a chance to apply for high leadership position. Secondly, creating an inclusive and respectful culture at all levels. Of course, a lot depends on the cultural, internal corporate culture and internal communication. That is definitely led by the leadership of the organization. Thirdly, What works well is establishing and disseminating gender equality rules and action plans. And we know that in some regions or particular national jurisdictions, there are thresholds that are motivating some of the professional organizations to hire or to promote women to the leadership position. And since I'm working as a secretariat for UNCTAD African Regional Partnership, I can say that in this particular region of sub-Saharan countries or other countries, it's very well adopted. And we know that the women are endorse their candidacy, the positions for women are kept and secured in some of the organizations that help them to grow faster, even at the governmental level, official and governmental level. So fourthly, developing clear rules to protect and redress misbehavior with safeguards against retaliation. And in this case, we come to the operational mechanism of monitoring and compliance, of course, but also enforcement. So if we come up with certain rules and action plans, of course, we have to monitor the progress, and we should find a way how to protect and redress the misbehaviors in this regard. And finally, measuring data on gender equality and using this data to set up meaningful targets towards improving gender equality. But it's not only measure to demonstrate progress, but also measure to analyze this progress, to see what are the gaps, how they can be covered. And at the same time, while we are measuring data, we can come up with the best practice examples. And I think for women leadership, what always helps to incentivize is when we have a particular cases, bright cases of bright leaders that we're happy to follow. Following next approaches proposed, we can talk about creating career support activities. This normally is organized by the HR service in the companies or big organizations, providing support to return to work after maternity. Of course, we have to mention here work and life balance. And a lot of women are having children, families, and they need to take care of their house, and they need to take certain breaks from their professional career. So that needs to be respected, and they need to know that they will come back to the protected and secure environment. It also matters a lot providing flexible working arrangement in that case, especially for young mothers with young children, that allow to improve work-life balance. Providing visibility to women at the top who can inspire the women. I already mentioned that the inspiration is quite motivating for other women who can see how those certain career advanced. And creating awards to recognize high-achieving female members and employees. And in this regard, I would like to mention one of our initiatives, which is called ISA Honors Award. So for this initiative, I would just first give you a bit of a background. So the objective of ISA Honors is to raise and facilitate dissemination of national and international best practices on sustainability and SDG reporting as an integral of annual reporting by companies. The initiative aims to support efforts on enhancing the quality and comparability of companies' reporting on their contribution, of course, to 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. The ISA Honors recognize policy, institutional capacity building initiative and assist enterprises to publish data on their contribution to implementation of the SDGs. I'd just like to share some statistics with you so you have an understanding what is the scope of this initiative and how it is currently positioned. So since its launch, the number of applications more than doubled. In total, we launched this application in 2019, and we reached almost the threshold of 300 initiatives. And only last year we received, it's not this last year, we received 70 applications from public and private sector entities. And in the national categories, we have several categories: national, international, and special nominations. So we have received 45 applications at national, 25 initiative at international category, and we definitely registered a slight increase, but still you can see that the number of initiatives was growing since 2018. And I'd like to, in this context of our conversation today, I'd like to also mention that ISO want to support women. And in one of the last years, we had an award for Professor Carol Adams from Durham University Business School from the United Kingdom for her publication, The Sustainable Development Goals, Integrated Thinking and the Integrated Report. This publication from the International Integrated Reporting Council and ICAS in the partnership with the Green Economy Coalition has been developed to help organizations enhance their contribution to the SDGs while reducing corporate risk and increasing opportunities that arise from sustainable development issues. So with this example, I just wanted to demonstrate that it's true, it's an institutional initiative, but at the same time, it might be driven by women or led by women, and we do encourage even the individual, especially in the academic space. There's a lot of women leaders, thought leaders, who may promote their research, their publication, their guidance. And please, we encourage you, the audience of the women today, of course, and men as well, to apply for the next ISER honors. But before that, I'd like also to mention, and it is my pleasure to congratulate once again ICIA for receiving ISO Honors Award last year in Abu Dhabi. You can see a picture with your leadership. It was had happened within the World Investment Forum, where ISO 40 session took place. And we again are very happy, and we recognize and congratulate you with this achievement. With this, we also incentivize you to apply for this year for the new application round, and we believe that you may have even more new initiatives, especially women-related and women leadership-driven initiatives in sustainability reporting, that we will be very happy to consider and to let our international review committee to submit it for ranking, because UNCTAD is a facilitator of this initiative, and of course we have the review committee, the jury, who are very objective have a certain precision and qualification criteria for ranking all the applications that we receive. So the next round is scheduled preliminary for April, May this year. All information will be publicly available at our website, isa.unctad.org. We will also follow up with the communication. Of course, ICIA will receive all details shortly. And I would like to conclude with some of the testimonials, I would say, that are very actual and relevant to our discussion today. The first one from UNCTAD Deputy Secretary, that was this testimonial was mentioned at the World Investment Forum 2023 in the last year, again in Abu Dhabi, at the high-level panel on the FDI and women empowerment. He mentioned that the recent crises have eroded hard-won gains on women empowerment and gender equality. According to the Gender Snapshot report of UN Women and the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, gender equality is nearly 300 years away if we don't act. And this is quite an important statement, because we are all, in all member states, signed the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 with the slogan, leaving no one behind. So we definitely don't want to leave women behind, the threshold and actions required. He also mentioned that we look into the role of investment promotion agencies to promote gender inclusive linkages between multinational enterprises, local companies, to boost the better gender distribution in the accountancy profession. So there's a particular focus, of course, that UNCTAD and ISER especially is concentrating on the gender issues in the accounting profession. I'd also like to mention the President Grimes from IFAC, who mentions that there's a way of fresh opportunities within the profession, the accounting profession, pushing it into the new space and giving it new dimension. And we all know that the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standard Board, has arisen and already launched its sustainability reporting requirements as 1 and as 2. And with introduction of these related disclosures, as well as the integration of artificial intelligence with the professional accounting, it will help to attract professionals with new skill set and interest. And women are looking at the accounting because of ESG. I don't think that women looking only because of ESG, but this is a new dimension where women can take the leading positions, because it's a new space, and it's a space to be explored, and all the issues related to environment, social aspects, and corporate governance could be, of course, taken with the certain high-level expertise by women, and I'm pretty convinced about it. And one of the statements that I really like and I wanted to share with you today, it's Yasmin El-Ramli, Senior Technical Manager of Firm Services and Global Alliance of the American Institute of CPA. She says that it's not about advancing women, it's about working together, men and women, for the benefit of the profession. So I do believe that joining efforts and supporting each other is crucially important for success of the profession as a whole. And let me conclude with the closing remarks of Asma Resmuki, the president of IFAC, who says that proceed with opportunities come. You don't have to copy anybody. Be true to your authentic self, because there is tremendous power that comes from that. I wish you, all the women of the meeting today, a successful career development, and please do not forget about work-life balance and take advantage of all the professional and life opportunities. And I do rely on the support and gender equality and let's say mutual support between men and women in the accounting profession. Thank you very much for your kind attention. It was my great pleasure and honor to be with you today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Elena. That was a very wonderful session. I mean, very enlightening. And the perspective is we work together. And the statistics show clearly that men and women are working together. And the key statistics from the Big Four, especially in the accounting fraternity where you and I both come from, it shows that we're working hand in hand together, giving better numbers to everybody. Hopefully the positive numbers based on the economic situation that we see globally, but that's where we are. So thank you so much for having taken time out of your precious day and come in with us to deliver this keynote address. I hand over control back to the Master of Ceremony, CA Bhuvana, to take the proceedings further.
Thank you, C.S. Anumurthy. Thank you, Ms. Elena Botvina. We are grateful for your valuable contributions for today's event. May I request C.S. Anumurthy Vishwanathan Meera to felicitate our speaker with a virtual token of appreciation.
So, Elena, if you were here, we would have given you a certificate on stage with a big round of applause, but I'm sure this is our small token that we are doing while we are miles apart. Thank you so much for coming and being our guest of honor, our keynote speaker for the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm very touched. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next MC, CA Akila Mathuri. She is a member of BCICAI for more than a decade, and her outstanding contributions to our chapter events through her dedicated volunteering have been invaluable. Also, she sports synthesizes, plays cricket, badminton, a Carnatic singer. and she is also involved in Indian community service. Let's give her a warm virtual applause as she takes the stage over to you, Akila.
Thank you, Bhuvana, for introducing me. I appreciate the time you spent finding the information for me. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all this morning to the next session of Women Conference themed Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. Friends, the working landscape is changing, and the business world is no longer just a men's game. However, competing in this challenging environment is no walk in the park. From experienced women leaders who have been making steps for years to the upcoming young talent looking to make a serious impact, women in leadership still face numerous challenges. The next topic for the day is the art of navigating career challenges, insights from women leaders. So to speak on the subject, we have one eminent speaker with us, Mrs. Laila Al-Khaseb, the CFO.
Akila, you are on mute.
Akila, you are on mute.
Hi, I'm so sorry. So I would like to say that the next topic for the day is the art of navigating career challenges, insights from women leaders. So to speak on the subject, we have one eminent speaker with us, Mrs. Laila Al-Khaseb, the CFO of Benefit Company. Let me also make you aware that Mrs. Laila is also a member of the Gender Equal Opportunities Committee with Benefit Company. Can we have the AV, please?
Ms. Laila Al-Khaseb is the CFO of the Benefit Company and board member of Bahrain Fintech Bay. As Chief Financial Officer, she has the responsibility of overseeing the company's financial strategy as well as looking after its financial planning and management activities. She ensured the utilization of technology in digitizing many of the finance processes and is responsible for bringing key insights through advanced data analysis. She brings with her over 20 years of experience within the banking, finance, payments, and fintech industries. Prior to joining Benefit, she worked with BNP Paribas, and prior to that she started her career with PwC in the audit and assurance services line, having worked with multiple clients and projects across the GCC and Middle East region. As part of her role, she is also a member of the Gender Equal Opportunities Committee within Benefit and the Charity Social Responsibility and Sustainability Committee at Benefit. She serves as an advisory board member to Women in Tech, Bahrain chapter, and is on professional sector advisory boards of the University of Bahrain Business School and the Gulf University. She is also a member of the International Standards Committee with the Bahrain Association of Banks. She is a fellow ACCA and holder of BSc in Accounting from Cardiff University. She is also a certified professional coactive coach and ACC member of the International Coaches Federation, ICF. As a coach, she works with individuals to help them grow at both a professional and personal level. She lectures at the BIBF on a part-time basis. Ms. Laila Al-Khaseb.
Let's all welcome Mrs. Laila. The stage is all yours. Over to you.
Good morning, and thank you, Akila, for this introduction. Thank you, everyone. Look forward to today's sessions. Today, I would like to talk to you about a topic that is both timely and crucial. It's about the art of navigating career challenges for women leaders. In a world where women continue to break barriers and shatter glass ceilings, it is essential that we address some of the unique obstacles that women face on their journey to leadership positions. I know that throughout history, we've been always talking about how women fight for their rights, their voices, and having a place at the table. I think we've crossed significant milestones in that era, but we have a lot to do, and we have a long way to go. So I would like to share some insights and strategies that can help women, and probably just add to some of your experiences. I don't know if I can share my screen, Akila, or
You can. You can, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
okay. If you just allow me to. Can we see?
Yes, of course.
Yes, perfect. So I just put this slide for a food of thought and for a discussion. I got it from the Global Gender Gap Index in 2022, and it shows the level of. Sorry?
No, please go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So the reason I wanted to start with this statistics is that it shows that at least at the Middle East and probably South Asia, the level of gender gap being closed is the lowest across the world and across other regions. Specifically, if we look at the economic participation and opportunity, the score is quite low. When it comes to political empowerment, it's actually one of the lowest across the world, but specifically in our regions, the scores are, for example, the Middle East is 15.1%, in South Asia, 26%, Sub-Saharan Africa, 21.3%. I specifically wanted to share these statistics because even though this is a global average, specifically within Bahrain, for example, Bahrain is known for having a relatively high level of gender equality in the region compared to other countries within its neighborhood, per se. Women in Bahrain have had the right to vote for a very long time and stand for elections. They have held positions in various sectors, including political, government, and businesses. So we have a good number of ministers who are females in Bahrain representing the government. We have females who have headed the parliament. We have females who are sitting in the shura councils, and we have a good number of females who are sitting as who are serving as CEOs, board members, and so on. Yet none of those are at the level we would like them to be. We are still nowhere near the 50-50 inclusion, and I think there is a lot that we can do as a community together, both females and males together. So with that, I just want to highlight quickly what are the key problems that we can still see, and we probably still are aware of when it comes to careers related to females. And the first one I wanted to talk about is the juggling act. Probably it's the biggest challenge is balancing all the balls we are juggling professionally and personally. That's been said by Lina Taoub. Now, the juggling act for women is quite significant because as females, we don't only have our roles at our homes, but we also have our roles at our careers at work. I always say that this is something that probably men and women share most of the time. However, as females, there is a high degree of expectations when it comes to proving efficiency and excelling both at home and at the workplace. And so with that, I will leave the next slide, but I'll speak quickly about those key issues that I've seen women encounter across their careers on their way to leadership roles. The other key challenge, gender bias. Men tend to be more assertive and dominant, whereas women tend to be more communal, cooperative, and nurturing. That's according to a university at a School of Management, Buffalo School of Management study. Now, when it comes to biases, it's important to acknowledge that gender biases and stereotypes still exist in the workplace. Women leaders often face preconceived notions about our abilities and suitability for certain roles. We must remember, though, that these biases do not define us. It is crucial to develop a strong sense of strong belief and confidence in our capabilities. It's a very big fight when it comes to changing biases, specifically gender biases. These things develop from school, from early childhood, and so they're ingrained in each man and woman's brain. So it's not only men have certain biases about women, but women also have certain biases about women as well. And so it is important to acknowledge these gender biases in order to actually use them to accelerate rather than keep them as barriers. There's also a lack of role models at leadership roles. I mean, according to S&P 500 CEOs, only 8% are women, according to Forbes. And if we look at the Middle East and Bahrain, yes, we have we have number of CEOs, but they're hardly enough. And there is a reason. This is the reason we are all here trying to help women find insights in order to help them achieve leadership positions. One of the things that always are faced by women is that if you don't have a role model who's a female, it often impacts how you view yourself and your ability to actually reach those roles. The other challenges that I think females also face are expectations. I mean, according to Jewel Bigford, I like this quote: "You can have a seat at the table and not be a player." One of the things, and I'll discuss this in the next slide in more details, but maybe I'll just take it straight to this. There's a big obstacle for women when they are more likely to develop deep expertise in one area. For example, marketing, finance, like myself, to move to up the ranks because of certain expectations that women, for example, get trained around people, whereas men get trained around guts of the business. Now, it may not be 100% true, but in most cases, we've noticed, or I've noticed, that women can excel, can reach to very high levels as heads of departments. They're often in the finance, but in HR and marketing. But getting a seat at the table and being players requires them to have a P&L, requires them to have an accountability towards developing and growing the business. And that is something in generally men are easily accustomed to and expected to handle faster than women. And so it is a bit of a challenge and a fight to be able to become a player on the table. And the last challenge I wanted to talk about is access to networks. Networking is more about farming than it is about hunting. It's about cultivating relationships, according to Ivan Misner. I do believe that. I actually believe that a lot of times opportunities for growth, opportunities for promotions, opportunities for future roles comes from access to networks. And women have a hard time building those networks because of differences in cultures, in societies. For example, in Bahrain here, there are a lot of events that are men-specific, for example. And in the past, I would not like to talk about it giving today's dates, but in the past, there was a lot of events, gatherings for men in Ramadan and in different occasions where it was a customary thing for men to attend. Now, with more and more women trying to fight and trying to get themselves into those networks, we've seen a bit of a shift. So there are a lot more events that involve both men and women in Bahrain, where there is more chances for women to have access to those networks. but it also relies on women themselves to be able to push themselves. I'll take it back to the Juggling Act and the preference to be ideal in every scenario. Most women prefer to be perfect mothers as well as perfect wives, friends, sisters, daughters, family members, and perfect workers, employees, sorry. So in all of that, sometimes the ability to attend such events becomes a difficult one, or becomes a later, at a later stage. That is one of the challenges. I do encourage women to attend as many events as possible. There is always a way to balance things, but without such access to network, without being able to showcase yourself and being around people, both from men and women, you end up losing on opportunities. Now, the solution, what I wanted to talk about as a solution, I wanted to showcase what we've done at the Benefit Company when it comes to enhancing the experience for women to be able to compete and to be able to have a seat at the table. At Benefit Company, 40% of our board members are female. On our subsidiary, 40% as well of the board members are also females, which is Bahrain FinTech Bay. So when it comes to board memberships, Benefit has actually held an equal opportunity through its shareholders, through the regulator. The belief is that women and men are both equal and are both competent. And so the appointment of board was based on meritocracy rather than ticking the gender box. However, Bahrain did also introduce recently a regulation that encourages at least 50% of board memberships for listed entities to be female. So Bahrain is working a long way to enhance the role of women on boards. Similarly, within Benefit, 35% of management roles are held by females. Now, Benefit, if you research, I'll give a quick brief about Benefit. It's a financial institution that provides ancillary services to other banks and financial institutions. However, we always refer to Benefit as a technology company or / fintech company, because we provide the electronic payment infrastructure for the nation, for Bahrain. We allow and we enable banks and financial institutions to be able to integrate their financial transactions as well as their financial data and provide services to their customers. Having said that, that means that around 60% of our workforce are IT-based. And it is worth noting that despite the fact that we are IT and STEM and IT roles are usually concentrated at men's roles rather than having females, we have a very good number of females who are serving within the IT department. The IT department was headed by a female who has actually served Benefit for 20 years before she retired. There are at least 3 females who are active software developers, and the number of females is increasing. Their type of job does not stop them from actually performing their duties and excelling in at their work. One of the reasons that all of this is possible is the establishment of certain committees. And one of them, which is a very notable one at Benefit, was the establishment of an Equal Opportunities Committee. It is chaired by a female, and it is made up of 3 females and 2 males. And the objective of our committee is to ensure that there is equal opportunity across the board when it comes to jobs, when it comes to benefits, when it comes to pay, when it comes to HR policies that are relevant for all employees. And that's main reason we have seen notable changes in our HR policies. There is a drive to enhance the work-life balance for females and males. I always, and that is something that we always advocate at the Equal Opportunities Committee, is that, yes, we have a long way to get more female leadership or more females in leadership positions. We have a long way to integrate more. Not sure what happened, but all right. But the main thing is that males and females in every society and in every work organization work hand in hand, like my previous colleagues just mentioned. And so this is something that we highly advocate at the Equal Opportunities Committee. And some of the initiatives that we introduced were reflected in our HR policies. For example, we introduced flexible hours that enable females to actually continue their duties at home, probably drop their children to school if needed, or so on, and still make it to work on time. So we've introduced flexible hours. We've introduced work from home options for females who are pregnant, who are almost who have completed their maternity leave, which as per Bahrain law is 60 calendar days. And so should they wish to stay a bit longer with their children and not actually be held back at work, they can have the option to work from home and so on. We've introduced female break rooms specifically to support females, for example, for breastfeeding, for rest, and so on, so that we can ensure that a female can actually balance between her duties at home and her duties at work. Now, the last thing that we introduced, which was a program that we're very proud of, and we did in collaboration with the Supreme Council for Women in Bahrain, is that we introduced an internship program in the summer, and it specifically targets 50% minimum females. And it has three lines now, three lines that are between IT and business and support services. And one of the things that I like to always highlight is that those interns have very good role models, because our heads of business, 3 out of 4 heads of our business are actually female. So business lines are mostly headed by females. In IT, we have a very good number of role models, whether it's in cybersecurity teams or in software development. And so we have, again, good role models across those lines. In the support as well, we have a good number of females who are sitting in leadership. One of them is myself. And so we've ensured that not only do they have access to training in the workplace, but also they have access to mentors. And we have allocated at least 2 hours a month of mentorship for those trainees with the leadership, including and ensuring that some of those leaders are females. So overall, this is the story of Benefit, and what were the key things we've done to ensure that women have equal opportunity, and that women can navigate their careers quite easily and more in a way that allows them to achieve higher positions. And we are very proud of the female leaders we have at Benefit. And this is a summary of the efforts that have been held by Benefit. It's always important to note that it starts from the top. Our CE is he is a very high advocate of females, and a very strong supporter of women in general, and of their ability to excel in their roles, not only technically, but in leadership positions. So you have to start from the top. You have to ensure that you have the right team. You have to ensure that you have the right leadership. And for females, I think for women, the opportunities are there. The examples are there. Despite all the challenges that we might still face, I think it is very, very important to know that we are strong enough and confident enough to be able to reach to areas that we haven't reached before. And I wish everybody success here. Thank you to all the organizers, and have an excellent remaining of the conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Laila, for the enlightening session. I think your expertise and insights on the subject were remarkable. And it's great to know about the importance you give to the female workforce, be it, leadership positions, committees, or management roles, or business heads. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akila.
Thank you. I now request our team to present a token of appreciation to Mrs. Laila.
Yes. Sure. Before we do the digital certificate, I just wish to inform all our participants that I wish to thank Ms. Laila Al-Kasab specifically, considering the fact that there is a bereavement at her home, and in spite of that personal loss, she has taken time out to address our audience, and this shows the level of commitment that a person has towards the commitment towards the word or the promise that they have given. A big round of applause to Ms. Laila Al-Kasab, and our deepest condolences for the loss of your beloved relative. So
Thank you very much.
I take this opportunity to now present to you a small token of our appreciation for having come on with us at this time of difficult moment in your life. So thank you very much, Ms. Laila.
Thank you.
So, members, if you have any questions, you can post on the chat box and we can take some questions.
I think there is one question already, so you can take that.
Yes.
There's the question is, amazing speech, valuable insight. Would you recommend for women to balance work and family commitments? This is a question from CA Arun Balu and Shri Ashrita Ramanan.
Thank you very much, CA Balu. One of the things that I always believe in is strong communication, and strong communication happens at work and at the house. Now, when it comes to balancing your work-life balance, the view of balance doesn't have to be 50-50. It is where priorities need to be on the moment. So being there at work and being 100% at work, but also once you are out of work, being there 100% for your family and so on, being 100% for yourself, as females, as males as well, as men and women. We need time for ourselves in order to be able to serve others. And so acknowledging, I always look at the rule of, did I give a third of my time is for my work, a third of my time is for my family and friends, and a third of my time is for myself. And myself includes spiritually, socially, professionally, and so on. So allowing myself to grow professionally and personally. So dividing our time. But again, communication is important, because I can't do that if I don't have proper communication and a proper dialogue with my family at home. And at the same time, I can't have that if I don't have a proper dialogue with my family at work. So if you view your colleagues as your family, or just like your family, I think having honest conversations about what is going on in your life, similarly, having the trust that people have your best interest at heart, even if they don't. I think that allows for a more transparent conversation. And the more transparent conversations we have, I think the more it is easier to strike that balance.
Thank you, Mrs. Laila. So we have one more question from Mr. Nath. His question is, which all are the areas where you feel expat ladies can contribute towards the growth of Bahrain?
That's a very excellent question. Thank you very much, Nath. Bahrain is a country that has always welcomed the contribution of expats, and actually the growth of our economy has been equally contributed by expatriates and the expatriate society. Now, there are a number of societies. There is the Bahrain Business Society, which is open, for example, to everyone. The Chamber of Commerce. Bahrain prides itself for being business friendly, but also I think the more the country wants to grow, one of our key targets is the development of SMEs in Bahrain, because they are the key driver in our economy. So, and that's where expat ladies can actually contribute. It is through development of SME organizations, probably, whether it's through having their own or companies that their own startups, or whether it is through providing their own mentorship and advice to those small businesses that require such. For example, we have a Bahrain Businesswoman Society, which I am part of, and it is open to both Bahrainis and expats. And actually, these are excellent opportunities for people to exchange ideas and advice and get insights as to how to grow their businesses as well as their careers. So there's when the door is open for any kind of contribution, and it is very welcomed, actually.
Thank you, Mrs. Laila. Due to paucity of time, we will take further questions offline. And you can post your questions to the email icibahreen@gmail.com. We can forward to the speaker and we can get the answers. Moving on, I will now hand over the control to our next MC, our dynamic and ever-smiling CA Bharti Maheshwari. Bharti is a chartered accountant with 20 plus years of experience in finance and audit. She is an active member of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, volunteering for various chapter events and conferences. She is also an active member of the Hindi Toastmasters Club in Bahrain, participating in various community events. Once again, thank you all. Over to you, CA Bharti.
Thank you, CA Akhila, for this warm introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Let me reiterate the words of one of the century's greatest educators from Ghana, Dr. James Emmanuel. He had said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a family. This phrase has been used by multiple speakers at various platforms worldwide. And nowadays, the phrase is used as, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. With this, we move on to our next topic of the day, breaking barriers, investing in education for girls and women worldwide. With great pleasure, I introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy. Mrs. Subbalakshmi is the former Deputy Director of ISRO. You all will be delighted to know that she was also part of the Mangalyaan, the Chandrayaan-1 and the Chandrayaan-2 projects. So let us welcome Mrs. Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy. Can we have the AV of the speaker, please?
Srimati Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy obtained her BE in Electronics and Communication from Kerala University with distinction. More than 3 decades she served as scientist in ISRO, contributing for more than 39 missions, served in 4 centers of ISRO, and was deputy director prior to her retirement. She had delivered complex systems for ISRO's remote sensing, communication, scientific navigation and planetary satellites. She was Deputy Project Director for 4 satellites. She was part of Mangalyaan, Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2 projects. The instruments designed and developed by her were flown in Pragyan rover and Vikram lander. She was fortunate to get a handshake and appreciation from the Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi after successful Mangalyaan mission in 2014. She is recipient of 4 awards. IETE Shrimthi Manorama Rathore Memorial Award, ISRO Team Award, IEEE Technologist of the Year 2020, India Top 100 Women Icon Award 2021. She has more than 50 technical papers to her credit, of which 20 plus are international. She has given many invited talks. She served as a member of the Project Review Committee, constituted by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India for a national project. She is the author of a book titled Today is Your Day, which was recently published. She is also a performing Carnatic vocalist, a gold medalist in music, a government-certified music therapist, and a graded artist of All India Radio and Doordarshan, and was tutored by stalwarts like Padma Bhushan Mathurai Sri T.N. Seshagopalan, Sangeeta Kala Ratna Gana Kalasri Vidushi M.S. Sheila, and others. She has many awards and titles in music to her credit. She also holds Guinness World Record for online relay singing, gold medal from Kerala Fine Arts Society. Srimati Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy.
Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy. Over to you, Mrs. Krishnamurthy.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the nice introduction. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm extremely privileged to be here today addressing this august audience of Chartered Accountants for the celebration of International Women's Day. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson and the organizers. Now I will go to my presentation. I'll be sharing my screen. I hope the screen is visible. I hope you are seeing the screen.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the screen.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk on the topic breaking barriers, investing in education for girls and women worldwide. So you are seeing the picture of a woman standing behind barriers and trying to see how to break barriers. So we often come across this saying, there is a woman behind the success of every man. But in today's scenario, we have to change it as a woman also can come out and achieve success for herself. That is the requirement of the day. That is a need of the hour. I'm not a feminist. I'm not gender biased, but this is, according to me, success is required for both men and women for the prosperity of the society and the nation. So what is the current scenario? So UNESCO recently revealed that currently fewer girls are out of school than boys, and that more women are enrolled in higher education than men worldwide. But there is still a long way to go to achieve gender equality in education globally. Despite progress, a staggering 122 million girls remain out of school globally. This is the statistics. The reasons are many: poverty, location, social barriers, and so on. In some countries, poverty is the main cause. In some other continents, the access to school, the girl child has to walk for many miles to go to the nearest school. So lack of nearby school, that may be the reason. And in other countries, social barriers may be the reason. So there are many such reasons behind this inequality. So why should we invest in education for girls? You all will agree with me that educating girl has got huge societal impact. It not only enhances women's decision making, it also increases their living standards. It has benefits for the health of the entire family. It also increases women's employment opportunities and leads to the country's economic development and much more. So here we have Nancy Grace Roman, the mother of the Hubble telescope. She says she remembers asking in her childhood to her teacher to take an extra year of algebra instead of a fifth year of Latin. She was looked down and sneered. What lady would take mathematics instead of Latin? Now, this is a recent information that I got. You're all experts, chartered accountants. So Economic Times says rupees 7 lakh crore of mutual funds money is riding on the shoulders of 42 women fund managers. So this is very gratifying. So recently, UNESCO released on 7th March 2024, International Women's Day, a documentary film titled Her Education, Our Future. It dwells with 4 young women across the 3 continents who struggle to fulfill their education. I am giving you the YouTube link for this documentary film, which is available for viewers if they are interested. So this film showcases how empowering girls and women through education improves not only their lives, but also those of their families, communities, and the entire society. So I'm from an organization called Indian Space Research Organization, a premier R&D institution of Government of India. So ISRO as an organization, I want to tell you how ISRO as an organization broke barriers to become a global player in space. Of course, this has nothing to do with gender. This has nothing to do with male or female scientists. This is just an example of breaking barriers by a humble organization. So before that, I would like to show you the curtain raiser video of Chandrayaan 3, which was launched in August 23rd of 2023, and which was a great success. And ISRO and India were hailed by the entire world population for this excellent feat, success of landing, putting a rover on the moon. So we will just see this video clipping. I hope the video and audio are clear to you.
Audio is not visible, I believe. Audio is not audible. It's visible, but not audible.
No, she has to share sound. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
So I think this curtain raiser video was made by ISRO prior to the launch of Chandrayaan 3. And it so happened that Chandrayaan 3 was a major great success for India as well as ISRO. So I would like to tell that ISRO had a very humble beginning in the 1960s. It started with sounding rockets, launch of sounding rockets, which were used to measure the parameters of the atmosphere and weather. And today, India is in a position to put a human being in space through the Gaganyaan project, which is going to be realized in a couple of years. So this is the growth of ISRO. And let me tell you the barriers that were crossed by ISRO. Many complex technologies were denied to India. Many components and important tools were not made available to India. There was a ban in importing them. But ISRO started from scratch and came out with brilliant indigenous technologies and became self-sufficient. Being a Government of India organization, ISRO had limited manpower and limited industry support in the initial years. But ISRO also worked on a shoestring budget. The Mangalyaan mission, the Mars orbiter mission, was successful in 2014. So the other space agencies were wondering how India could achieve it in such a small budget. The charges per kilometer for Mars mission was just 4 rupees per kilometer. And ISRO also had many other barriers like resources, infrastructure, etc. But ISRO had determination, and it has the very good work culture and passion to serve the nation, commitment to serve the nation. So ISRO has grown from a humble space agency to a global spacefaring nation today. Now, what is the contribution of women in ISRO? According to records, 3,000 plus of 16K employees were women, of which 2,000 plus were in scientific and technical roles, and 1,000 plus were in administrative roles. This means that 20 to 25% of the agency's employees are women. They made significant contribution to ISRO's missions and thereby to the nation and to the society. These are women with family, babies, kids, aged parents, and many other responsibilities. But they work in ISRO during odd hours, extended hours, on weekends, holidays, festival days, on-site, off-site, and so on. The reason is passion. So I'm just quickly glance through some of the activities that are involved in rocket building, satellite building, and launching. These are handled by both male scientists and technicians and female scientists and technicians. Spacecraft is subjected to many complex qualification tests. So there is fuel filling operation, which is a very hazardous operation. So there is nothing like this job will be given only to male scientists. This will be given only to female scientists. It is not like that. These are the various tasks which has to be completed on a time-bound basis. Rocket activities, satellite activities, integration, testing, readiness for launch, and finally assembled and shifted to the spaceport Sriharikota. And this is all happening because of the past research and development activities that were happening. So finally, this is the spacecraft control center where the scientists and engineers will be monitoring the health of the satellite and the rocket before launch, during launch, and after launch, because it is very critical that the health parameters of the entire satellite and rocket should be extremely perfect before launch. So as I said, passion drives us to our goal. Now, we also know that we have to stay self-motivated. That Dr. Abdul Kalam had said that every day morning we should tell, I am the best, I can do it, God is always with me, I am a winner, and today is my day. And we have to believe in ourselves. And we have to stay motivated. We have to set our goals, look for opportunities, face challenges, and stay determined. This is all very easily said, but to practice, it is very, very difficult. Now, true happiness comes to those who dare to live out their passion, no matter what anyone else tells them. And we should have learning, education, discipline, better working together. Everything is required. And as you know, how does success come to one? When we want to achieve something, the first thought that will come to us is, I can't do it. But your heart will say, I want to do it. Then we will ask how to do it. Then we'll try to do it. Then once we start doing, we will get confidence and we will say, I can do it. And then we will do it. So this is very important. We can choose to live in the front row or in the third row as a mediocre viewer. And these are the quotes from famous women leaders like Margaret Thatcher. She said, any woman who understands the problems of running a home will be nearer to understanding the problems of running a country. Similarly, many famous personalities, women personalities like Hillary Clinton, Martina Navratilova, Mother Teresa, all have told that there is no limit for a woman's capability. So this is something we should understand. Success. What is success? Set your goal, understand the obstacles, create a positive mental picture, clear your mind of self-doubt, embrace the challenges, stay on track, and show the world you can do it. So I'm showing here five famous women personalities, Hema Malini, Mallika Sarabhai, Dr. Bhanumati Ramakrishna, Nirupama Rao, and others. What is special about them? They are all multi-talented women. Mallika Sarabhai was a dancer, choreographer, publisher, activist, writer, and actor. Hema Malini was member of parliament, actress, director, and producer of TV serials, dancer, and now singer also. Priya Chavan was a successful entrepreneur, a distinguished academician, a corporate, a talented dancer, motivational speaker, fitness expert, nutritionist, model, and an author. Dr. Bhanumati Ramakrishna was a singer, actress, director, scriptwriter, studio owner, and a great philanthropist. Nirupama Rao was India's foreign secretary, India's ambassador to some countries, and authored a book of poetry and singer. I'll just take an example of Mrs. Hema Malini. She became a singer with her album Saundarya Lahari by Adi Shankaracharya, 100 shlokas in Sanskrit she rendered. And on her 73rd birthday, she sang powerful Sanskrit slokas from Durga Saptashati, and it was published by Times Music as Durga Saptashloki. So what an achievement, what a passion. She could have simply kept quiet, but she did not refrain. She did not rest. She wanted to learn something in Sanskrit, sing it, and she came out with her albums. I really appreciate her passion for music in addition to all the other achievements she had. And this is Papaman, 105 years old, and wakes up before the sun to go to the fields. She's an organic farmer from Coimbatore and was awarded the Padma Shri for agriculture last year. And meet Salu Marada Timmaka from Karnataka. She's also an environmentalist and she was awarded Padma Shri in 2019. She planted 385 banyan trees and 8,000 trees. She also got a honorary doctorate in the year 2020. So nothing is impossible for us, dear women. We are all capable of multitasking and we are already doing it. Women have the nature to overcome obstacles without a hue and cry. I am going to present few women who fought the worst odds to achieve excel and march forward to their destination. We are all women with proper faculties like hands, legs, eyes, and everything. We have got access to so many resources and so many facilities. But there are people, women, who faced the worst, who faced adversities, but still they came out, they all got over the obstacles and made achievements. For example, first I want to tell about Arunima Simha. She's the first female amputee to climb the Mount Everest. She was pushed off a train when she tried to resist a bunch of thieves and lost her leg. But that did not refrain her from reaching the Mount Everest as an amputee. She also climbed other peaks like Kanchenjunga. And Anandibai Joshi is the first Indian woman to have obtained a degree in Western medicine. She was married at the age of 9 and gave birth to a son at the age of 14, who unfortunately died soon after. So she started studying medicine from Pennsylvania and worked in Albert Edward Hospital after her return to India. Mansi Pradhan is an author and poet who received many puraskars for her work in fighting for women's rights. Born in a poor family in the state of Orissa, she traveled 15 kilometers daily to the only school in the entire region. She has won many accolades, including international recognition. Sudha Chandran, you know that she's a Bharatanatyam dancer with a prosthetic leg. After she met with an accident and her leg was amputated at the age of 16, she got a prosthetic Jaipur foot and learned to perform Bharatanatyam with the prosthetic leg. She has performed internationally and has been honored with several awards. Similarly, Savitribai Phule was a social reformer, educationist, and writer and poet from Maharashtra. She is the first female teacher of India and played an important role in improving women's rights in India during the British rule. She is a philanthropist and an educationist also. Even today, the Savitribai Phule University in Pune is doing very well. Sushma Agarwal is the first Indian visually handicapped woman to get a doctorate in mathematics from IIT Madras, though blind from the age of 9. She has been a mathematician at the Ramanujam Institute of Advanced Study in Mathematics since 2 decades. Deepa Malik, she's a swimmer, biker, athlete, paraplegic, and an Arjuna awardee. The first ever Indian woman to win a Paralympic medal and the first person to receive license for invalid rally vehicle. Her life took a turn for the worse when she was diagnosed with a spinal tumor that left her in the wheelchair. Ambika is an IPS officer. Born into a middle-class family from Dindigal in Tamil Nadu, she got married at the age of 14 and became a mother of 2 at 18. But she fought all odds to study IPS and realized her dream. Lakshmi Agarwal is an acid attack survivor. Her face, after being severely damaged due to acid attack, she fought and made the Supreme Court to regulate the sale of acid in the country. Today, she is an Indian campaigner with a view to stopping acid attacks and a TV host. What a great service she has done. After her tragedy with acid attack, she did not keep quiet. She went out and fought with the law, with the Supreme Court, to save the other women, the future attacks, future victims she wanted to save. So she had worked hard. So we have to learn from all these determined women. And everything happens because of education only. Unless we educate women, women cannot understand the rules. They cannot face the world. So whether it is sports or music or arts or dance or anything, law or anything, finance, anything, education is very important for women. Dear friends, if this bunch of ladies can overcome adversities and excel in their fields, we too should derive inspiration and march towards our dreams. Then only we can contribute for our nation. Then only we can work for our society. We are second to none in achieving our goals. But we have to set our goals right. Is it not? It is very important that we have a noble goal or we have a very valuable goal. If we have such a goal, we will definitely work towards it. Now, I am fortunate to have worked for 3 decades in ISRO. So I'm from a conservative family and I was the first girl to do engineering from my area, my community and my area. So after I completed my engineering in electronics and communication, I was fortunate to get job as scientist in ISRO, and I served ISRO for more than 3 decades. And in 2014, when the Mangalyaan mission was a success, I was fortunate to receive handshake from Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, because I was one of the scientists in the control room and he was congratulating the scientists who were part of this Mangalyaan mission. Of music, I started learning music from the age of 5 years, and I was a winner of many competitions and I had given many performances from my childhood. But after I became a family woman and I was a working woman in ISRO, you know the demands of working in ISRO, because we have no time restrictions. We have to work on day and night because our launch schedules are always very fixed. We are launching based on the position of the sun, the moon, the earth, and the planets. So once we have deadlines, we have to complete our task. So there was a dormant musician in me, and that my first passion was electronics and space, but my second passion was also music. So I squeezed time to practice music and learn music. I used to practice at 4 a.m. in the morning. I used to practice at 9 p.m. in the night, and it gave me a lot of satisfaction to give music programs, because it not only relaxes me, it helped me to concentrate more on my work. These are some of the prestigious moments in my career in ISRO, and also some of the prestigious moments as a musician. I also had a family of many of aged in-laws who were bedridden, but it is possible to do our dreams, provided we have set our goals, and we have to do time management, and we have to be disciplined. We have to find time for our responsibilities, whether as a family member or as a career woman. But if you have, I feel that God doesn't give talent or gift to everybody. But if you have a talent, if you have a gift given by God, whether it is painting, gardening, music, sports, or instruments, anything, you should always give due respect for that passion, and then only your dreams you can realize. And I dedicate this talk to all the women who are passionate about their dreams, and I wish them all the very best in their endeavors. And thank you for your kind attention. Once again, I thank the organizers of BCICAI for having given me this wonderful opportunity to talk to you and share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Subbalakshmi, for your valuable insights. I'm sure our members have enjoyed watching the curtain raiser for ISRO for Chandrayaan-3. The landing of the Chandrayaan-3 was a very proud moment for all Indians across the globe.
Yes,
and the
very
story, yeah, and the story of breaking barriers by ISRO is also very inspiring for all of us. And you also gave us two things: passion and self-motivation is the key to success. So that is a takeaway for us. And you also tell a very important thing, that besides our professional life, we should try to pursue one of our other passions also, which gives peace of mind to us. So that is also very important, and we will also try to do that. Now, I think we have a question. We can take one question, I think.
Okay.
This is a question from Mr. Arun Balu. We make remarks like this: problem is not rocket science, meaning that rocket science has some of the most complex problems. What are the qualifications and paths for one to succeed at solving such complex problems at this route? Is it studies, range of skills, intuitive nature, luck, talent? What have you noticed at this?
Okay, very good question. Yeah, they always tell that it is not rocket science. So rocket science is definitely a very multidisciplinary and very complex technology, because the rocket functions only for few seconds or minutes to put the satellite in the orbit. If anything goes wrong, if one screw is loose, if one valve does not function properly, the rocket will fumble, and we will be losing crores and crores of rupees invested, and also many years of effort we have taken. And why I said multidisciplinary is, rocket has got propellants. Okay, it has got mechanical, chemical, it has got solid propellant, liquid propellant, and it cryogenic engines. It has got electronics, it has got computer, guidance software. So it has got all the technologies required. But one person cannot be master in all these technologies. So in ISRO, we have chemical engineers, we have mechanical engineers, we have structural engineers, we have electronics engineers, we have computer engineers, we have software engineers. So everybody is assigned one portion of the work, and they all work on their domain, and then it is all integrated. And one key thing is review. We will be reviewing. Like a policeman, it should not fail. A rocket should not fail. So we keep on reviewing whether this system is all right, whether this software is all right, whether there is any flaw in this design. So there will be experts who will be reviewing. And because of the review mechanism only, everything is set right. Not that we don't make mistakes. There will be mistakes, but we always correct it by testing, qualification. So, and somehow we all enjoy doing it. Okay, we want, like our own child, we treat our instruments and our satellite like our own child. If the child is doing an error, the mother will be so upset. So this is the passion we have, and we have a very good work culture. And this because of cooperation, because of teamwork, only success is coming. Not that one individual is an expert or something, but what is required is the passion to learn and apply it, and then the passion to work for endless hours. These are the qualities required. Not that you should be extremely intelligent, or not you should be the number one or IITN or something. Everybody who works in ISRO are from our government engineering colleges and other institutions, but they do a wonderful job.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks again.
Okay, I'm glad
Yeah,
that I hope you have enjoyed the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I would now request our chairperson, C. Sthanamurthy, to present Mrs. Subbalakshmi with a token of appreciation, the digital certificate.
Thank you, ma'am. Your session was very insightful, where you talked about what all it takes to become an ISRO scientist, what ISRO has done over the years. We thank you for your contribution, and a small token of our appreciation in this regard is a certificate which we would present to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite our MC for the next session, our ever fit and ever smiling CA Ambika Shetty. CA Ambika is an active member of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI and has always been volunteering for various chapter events and conferences. Most of us know her, but for those who don't know her, she is a young, dynamic fitness and yoga enthusiast. She is an avid runner, and you will be very glad to know that she has also finished a half marathon, which is around 21 kilometers. So over to you, Ambika.
Thank you, CA Bharti, for the warm introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Hope you are enjoying today's session. Let us remember the words of Helen Keller. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. These words encapsulate the essence of our next topic, highlighting the transformative power of collaboration and community in empowering women to achieve their full potential. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is a chartered accountant, founder of SPR and Company, a champion of gender equality, a visionary leader, and an inspiration to all of us, Ms. Shripriya Kumar. Can we have the AV of the speaker, please?
Shripriya Kumar is a chartered accountant, qualified from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 1996. A deeply committed and highly ethical professional, she brings over 25 years of experience in risk advisory services. In addition to her professional role, she also presently serves as an elected member 2020 to 25 and earlier in 2016 to 19 of the Central Council of the ICAI, the apex body that is in charge of the affairs of the institute. She presently chairs or co-chairs the Corporate Laws and Corporate Governance, Sustainability Reporting Standards Board and the Professional Skills Enrichment Committee of ICAI. She has also chaired or co-chaired in committees on audit quality, continuing professional education, career counseling, Committee on Insolvency Code, peer review initiatives of the Institute and was also involved in expert advisory opinions, auditing and assurance standards board of ICAI. She has also served on the disciplinary committee of ICAI. She has, as part of ICAI and in her personal capacity, interacted extensively with regulators such as the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and RBI. She has been part of important initiatives, including serving as a nominee on Committee for Development of Regulations for the Insolvency Code, representations before Parliamentary Standing Committees, representations to regulators on matters relating to corporate governance and audit quality. Her present role as Vice Chair of the Corporate Laws Committee involves extensive participation in design and support on ground implementation of policy initiatives of the MCA. She is also a nominee director of the ICAI Accounting Research Foundation and IIIP of ICAI and is presently leading a project nearing completion for ARF to revise the Treasury Code and other related documents of the Government of Tamil Nadu in line with present business practices of the state and has actively supported over 20 publications of ICAI in relation to audit practices. She mobilized a team of 180 plus chartered accountants to provide COVID-related assistance to the Government of Tamil Nadu, as well as to members of the fraternity and the larger community. This project, enabled on a digital platform by the state, was a one-of-its-kind initiative for the ICAI. CA Shripriya Kumar.
Please join me in welcoming Shripriya Kumar, who will share her insight on building communities and connection for empowering women. Over to you, Shripriya. You are on mute.
I guess that's what happens when you're multitasking and you're asking your neighbor to stop drilling for some time. So here's a very, very hearty good afternoon to you all. A special round of thanks to the managing committee members of the Bahrain chapter, Meera Vishwanathan Stanumurthy, Vivek Gupta, Arun Samuel, Clifford Joseph, Jagdish, Padmanabhan, Vineet Maru, Ramesh, Bhuvana Paneerselvam, Rohit Rajendran, Maragathawalli and Arun Rajagopal. And it's a delight to see about 100 people, which must be a very, very good number, especially given the topic of women and women empowerment. So, and a special round of thanks to Maragathawalli, who's been very, very patient with me on WhatsApp and given my tendency for a bit of delays in looking at the messages. So here's a very hearty good afternoon to all of you and to all the other speakers and madam who spoke earlier. I think this was really nice. Once in a while, it's very nice to recollect all those quotes and those inspirational material that you've forgotten to look at. So thank you very much. And I think it was a splendid presentation. And yes, and when the whole world is reaching out for the stars, so must women. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through a short presentation I've made, primarily because I thought it'll kind of keep this audience interest on. And yeah. So I've been asked to speak on communities and connections for empowering women. I think it's a great topic, and I'll tell you why. I think I'd like to start with a very fundamental question. Are women empowered? And how does one define empowerment? It's the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. Let's just pause here for a moment. So are people talking about empowerment as in being financially, empowered, or, being in control of one's money, etc.? No. I think empowerment is something that's beyond that. It's all about becoming strong and being more confident and being able to at least reasonably be in charge of your life. And that's about what empowerment is. And in that context, I think it's a state of mind. It's very, very individual. And what one woman's empowerment might seem like actually access to somebody else, and another woman's empowerment could seem very insufficient for somebody else. So I think it's extremely important to understand that empowerment is very personal. In my own case, although I try and do this counsel and running with my kids and everything else, my mother still thinks, yeah, you can do more. I get very little brownie points. She says, yeah, it's nice. Come back if my daughter has to get dressed for a college event. So, and there is just one fundamental thing, I think, in terms of one's imagination, etc. The sky is the limit. So you can feel as empowered as you really want to. But very often I've found that this empowerment can actually be influenced by a collective momentum. Now, if you had asked me about 10 years back on talking about women's empowerment, my thoughts would have been very different. I'd have perhaps even declined at some level. I'd have said, okay, is this really relevant? But I think the last 10 years, especially in my run up to the 50, kind of with age comes, I don't know whether maturity comes, but a little wisdom at least comes. And I've had a fair amount of opportunity to interact with a lot of women, both professionally and personally. And I find that, yes, all of us could do with a little more momentum in terms of empowerment. The previous speaker spoke about a lot of women examples. So let's look at some historical perspectives. I think women have performed exemplarily. This is an example that I like to cite all the time. If you look at the Hindu pantheon of gods, supposed to be 33 crore gods, who sort of are there in the universe. Have you ever wondered why the most important portfolios were actually held by the women gods? It was Shakti for defense, Uma for agriculture, it was Lakshmi for wealth, and Saraswati for knowledge. That's a slightly higher space. So you come down, the earliest Vedic scholars, amongst the earliest Vedic scholars, we had women, which were Gargi and Maitreyi. So they were women. You roll a little back, but why are we looking only at India or a context of a Hindu civilization? Look elsewhere. Look in the Greeks, you had Penelope. She was supposed to be the smartest woman of her time, who could evade men away by saying, look, I want to make a carpet, and until the carpet is done, I can't marry you. And she waits for her husband, Ulysses. You roll back into a more recent time frame. You've got the likes of Rani of Jhansi. We've got prime ministers who were women. We've had Indira Gandhi. We've had defense ministers who were women. We have finance minister who's a lady. This is Nirmala Sitharaman. We've had heads of states like Margaret Thatcher. We've had Shrimavu Bandaranaike. We've had lots of women whom we could easily look at as some kind of benchmarks to get there. Again, if you roll back to the corporate world, I think we've had lots of women CEOs. For example, SEBI today, the Securities Exchange Board of India, is headed by Madhavi Puri Buch, and there are an enormous amount of women leaders. And I think everybody has kind of clearly understood that women leadership does make a difference to an organization, which is why even if you look at the context of corporate legislations, many jurisdictions across the world have said you must have women directors. You must have women independent directors. For example, a listing condition here is that your board needs to have a woman independent director. I've often wondered why you need to have women leadership on corporates when everything else is gender agnostic. I think it's very important for two reasons. One, a very large population of the workforce is women. So, it's very important to have women leaders there so that the lower level employees can connect to such women in the case of a workplace problem, an inclusion factor. The second most important thing, I think, personally for me, why serving on a board as an independent director or something is important is because I think such kind of women tend to serve as an aspirational role model. There's a big difference between men and women in at least one way, I think. Women often tend to look for role models they can follow, their peers, their support groups, their seniors. In my own professional and personal life, I've always benchmarked myself to a woman role model. For example, if I had to, kind of multitask, it would have to be one lady. She's called CA Bhavani Balasubramanian. You must call her sometime. She used to be a partner of Deloitte, and she used to cook in the morning, drive her own car, come to the institute for a program, contributed enormously to publications of the institute, boards of the institute. She continues to do so. And she was also a partner with Deloitte. So, I mean, whenever I would kind of feel fatigued, I'd say, look, if Bhavani madam can do it, so can I. And she continues her journey propagating diversity initiatives in the professional space. I mean, I've of course had my own parents, my mother, my grandmother who was extremely strong. Yeah, we tend to look for examples. So we've broadly discussed historical and contemporary perspectives. And very interestingly, there's a chapter 10 in the Bhagavad Gita. There's a shloka. And in that shloka, Krishna says, I am fame, fortune, beautiful speech, memory, intelligence, faithfulness, and patience. And these qualities of opulence, as Lord Krishna says, are essentially effeminate. It goes something like Mrityu Sarva Haraschaham Udbhavishya Bhavishyatam Kirtir Shrivakcha Narinam. And that's how the shloka goes. But it's a very nice shloka, which I keep constantly thinking of. So what's the bottom line of this slide? The bottom line of this slide is I think you've got everything set for you. I think we were destined to make it big. And I think sky is the limit. And I think it's up to each one of us to feel empowered. Now, this is, very interestingly, 30% of the chartered accountants are women today. And 40% of our students are women. So given that this is a group of chartered accountants largely that I'm interacting with, I think this is a very relevant point to make. And in that context, but one thing I've also noticed is, do 30% of the women chartered accountants make it to the top? Are top leaderships in India 30% women CFOs? No. What's happening in the process is a lot of women tend to drop out. There's a pipeline drain. Very closely connected with this whole concept of women empowerment is this aspect of a glass ceiling. It's a colloquial term for the social barrier that prevents women from being promoted to top jobs in the management. That's what's your glass ceiling. Now, very interesting thing about this glass ceiling is a lot of times, I think this glass ceiling is pretty much self-imagined. I wouldn't, while I do believe that there are, other barriers that prevent women from getting to the top, I think most ceilings are created by ourselves. Also brings you to another very important thing. Do all women have to break glass ceilings? Well, I think the answer is no. Because that's awful lot of broken glass. But that apart, I think what's very important is the sense of balance you retain about yourself. And a lot of times I have myself found that I have refused a couple of things in the professional space because I really thought I can't travel 24 days a month. I mean, I can okay to travel 8 to 10 days a month. I said, it's fine. I mean, let me caress those glass ceilings for some time and then watch it break break it when I want to. And I think a glass ceiling also, from a woman's perception, is it's a very point in time kind of thing. You encounter a glass ceiling at a point in time. Those ceilings might break eventually. But now coming back to why is there an underrepresentation in women leadership? And when I say this right across. It took India a whole lot of years to come up with the bill for Nari Shakti, which is a representation for women in parliament. In fact, one thing nice about India is I think the government is far ahead of the private sector in terms of their own pace of digitization or their pace of empowering women, diversity, inclusion. I think the government has performed extremely well, and I'm sure the rest of the country is going to follow in terms of this very pioneering kind of change that we brought. Now, what causes this glass ceiling? Is it genetic? Yes, I think it is. See, much as we might want to wave off these biological factors and genetic factors, I think they're pretty much true. See, look at, and acquired qualities are inherited, but your inherited qualities are also inherited. So you have it both ways. Men typically have been the providers and women have been the nourishers, and that's how they started out. So I think you carry that nourishing gene a little more than the providing gene. And so, one tends to say, okay, fine, I'll skip this one. The second important thing I've noticed about women is, and what I think is also a guidance factor here, there are very two powerful terms in English. One is called compromise and the other is called synthesis. I find that men actually synthesize better. Women compromise better. Now, if I had to take a choice between going out at 8 o'clock on a Saturday to meet my batchmates from school, to my daughter having a program that I need to get her ready for, I'd possibly choose my program. Although the program might be only at 9:30, 10. I'd say, okay, if I go for this, then I may not be able to do this. So I'd always pick one or the other, which is a situation of compromise. Whereas my spouse would be very smart. He'd go do his batchmates, a school event, and then come back and wait downstairs for my daughter to come to drop her. Same thing with a professional setup. You say, okay, I'm working, so do I need to do that, do this? We need to we're more on the compromissory mode, which I think we need to move to a synthesizing mode that could possibly help. Work-life balance, and everywhere, in fact, I think Indra Nooyi once said this: your biological clock and your professional clock are always, sort of against each other. And in that context, your work-life balance is something that all women, very inherently we want to do. Attitude, yes. I think this one thing is possibly a little real. I've often found that a woman's confidence slightly tends to get mistaken. So, you really consciously have to remember to keep your volume low even when you sound confident. While people might say, no, it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, I personally have also felt this. Very articulate, very strong, very confident women generally tend to get mistaken. I'm not saying in all cases, but in many cases. And whereas for a man, all those are seen as, signs of confidence and, wanting to be there. So because of this natural kind of disadvantage that comes to you, you tend to take leadership positions a little lower. And when I talk about leadership, I want to make it all through consistent in this session that the leadership that I speak of is leadership at a personal level. Do you believe you have realized your capacity, and are you the best possible leader that you could have made out of yourself? It could be a manager. If you're very happy there, I think that's your leadership. That's what you want to be. All of us, as I had mentioned, don't have to become CFOs and CEOs. Workspace related issues, of course. I must be thankful because I don't think I have encountered any of it, or we don't propagate it in the places that we work in. But I think, yes, workspace related issues, the ability of a male colleague to, kind of sympathize on those bad days, kids not well, etc. Those could also make a slight difference. Now, what's the solution? So one thing they were all very clear is, yes, we need to get empowered, which is you need to realize your potential. And you need to excel in whatever you want to do and be happy about it. So where does the solution lie? The solution lies in women's communities and connections. And I think that's the core of what I'm going to speak about for the next 15 minutes or so. Now, why is this important? I must go back to another statement I made. Unlike men who are very individual, the women actually tend to rely on others. You sort of get inspired by stories of other women who've sort of made it into a domain that you're still wondering whether you want to tread or not. So I think it makes a great case for women's communities and connections, primarily because we're made that way. It's a growing phenomenon. In fact, if you go to LinkedIn and put women groups, you'd find an enormous number of them. And for that same reason, if Bahrain chapter wants to do something like that, I think it's a great initiative. And don't be too bothered that there are only 5 people willing to start. I think change is about, very small steps. And somebody said, right, a journey of 1,000 miles actually begins with a single step. So what does a women's group or a community do for you? It's an encouraging, self-sustaining proposition where somebody has your back all the time. I've actually found that the women's WhatsApp groups that I'm in are far greater fun than the other groups that I'm in, and they sort of charge me up on a bad day. And even today, if I'm feeling a little low and I say, okay, my mojo is lost, I call a friend of mine, Anita, I'm low mojo today, let's do something. And I think women's communities are also very helpful because they're instrumental in encouraging women to be their best selves and to realize that we are actually stronger when we come together. So I think, yes, there is given the inherent situation where women come from, in wanting to do more, I think women's communities and connections are a brilliant thing. So what's the relevance of women communities and connections? And I'd like to make this really practical, and I hope at the end of it, if Bahrain chapter has a women's group, well and good. If you don't, well, it's a good time to start. And this is not just for you, but for everybody. I think these small cohort groups are very, very successful because it's a space where a we versus me and ideas and strategies emerge. I have a very practical example to give you. I mean, we've created a new committee this year. It's called the Professional Skills Enrichment Committee. And I'm very, very thankful for some members in the chapter who are actually actively participating. We have Meenakshi Sundar, who was with us even on a call yesterday, and Shaz is at short notice. I have members across the Gulf, Nirlep Bhatt, helping us. The primary objective of this committee is to actually enhance. The primary objective of this committee is actually to enhance leadership skills of chartered accountants. We go through this course and then we rarely find the time, whether we're members in industry or practice, to spend time on developing our own skills, whether it's critical thinking, whether it's design thinking, whether it's communication. And this is the objective of this committee. And in this very small group, I met a very refreshing chartered accountant. Her name is Pooja. She's a chartered accountant and a very, very bright one at that. But she said, look, I've decided to be a life coach. She's part of our core group that's helping us to ideate. And the kind of ideas she came up with was completely path-breaking. I find that, when you create these little groups, new ideas, new strategies emerge. And most of the time we operate within a limited construct or a framework that we are used to seeing. So, and here's a bunch of women who's going to collectively think for all women. The second thing about a nice women's only group is a lot of times, a lot of times people actually call me the CRIPRIYA. At the slightest sign of stress, whether it's anger or sadness, I would break down. And such times I find that these women groups are fabulous. It's a safe place where you can be authentic, you can be original, you can be candid, and most importantly, you can be vulnerable. And it's only, it's a very nice quote by Rumi. I think it says something like, the crack or the break in the heart is through which the light actually enters. So it's sometimes nice to be vulnerable because you realize, okay, you've reached your point, and then from there on it moves. And I'm not saying men can't help. In fact, my best friends in my life are men, including my spouse, but nice women. And given the social constructs which we come from, so I grew up at a time when my mother was very clear. She said, 8 o'clock, Shri Priya, wherever you are, you shall come back home. 2, you shall not travel on a bike with a boy because A, there is a safety aspect, but B, more importantly, what will the neighbors think? And 3, you can go out with boys in groups, but not alone. And 4, you will marry somebody we think you should marry. So, consequent to which your interactions with the male fraternity is also limited. So I think it gives you a very safe space where you can be authentic. Of course, don't women judge each other? Yes, we all judge each other, but that's okay. I mean, if there is something in it for you, there's something that you'd want to live with easily. The third most important thing, while I think women collaborations are very important, is because it brings diverse perspectives. It brings diverse perspectives. In some sense, all our journeys are unique. No two people lead similar lives, whether it's personal or professional. For that matter, nobody lives the same day again. In your entire lifespan of 50 years, I can't remember 2 days which were identical. Even on the days when we had, closure pressures, no 2 days were identical. One is the day when everything would be great at home, and one is the day when things may not be too well. and in that sense, it helps to, kind of share experiences. For find personal and professional support, I think it's very important. I have, for example, figured out a lot of what to do next based on the professional groups that I, in India, we have many women CA groups. And we get all kinds of posts in those groups, but some of them have really, kind of helped me to grow to be a better professional as well. The fifth is possibly the most important. See, I think from the word go, the boys just network better. Possibly because, their timelines were more flexible, the parents were less scared about, their personal safety. So it was very easy for men to network, but women as such, we come in with that basic social construct, and after that, just network and bond becomes difficult. I know, much as I'm a very, prolific public speaker and things like that, I find it very difficult to engage with new people suddenly and to network and, hand out my card and say, okay, come, let's do something. I think starting out with women's groups, networking is a great idea. And networking is also a great idea because just as how our life's journeys are not identical, the skills and the backgrounds that we come with are also not identical. So imagine a group of women networking, and one's great at technology and one's great at, understanding sustainability. You could marry the two and create a network saying, okay, we could build a platform for ESG and sustainability. The last thing about a women's network is, just give me a minute. Yeah, it's a personal advisory board. See, again, if you have a group of 20 women, you will find that there are 6-7 women you actually connect to better. Again, personally, for me, if I have a problem and I need to sound out somebody, it would be a senior in the profession or it would be a senior in the family. So it sort of serves as a nice personal advisory sounding board, a free shrink, if you may. If you can find a couch, a lot of times you find that it's very, very nice. So these 6 boxes tell you the relevance of women's communities and connections. Now let's come to the next thing. I mean, should men not be part of this? I mean, I personally have a view they should be. Because I find that they bring a certain balance to perspectives and discussions. So it's nice to have women-only group meetings sometime and to get the boys over as well. Now, having given the relevance of women's communities and connections, how do you make these things work? It's very easy to start this stuff. It actually takes effort. Now, in terms of some very simple, 5 thumb rules, and let me start from the bottom, the agenda. What should be the agenda for these women collaborations, women connection groups? Obviously, I'm talking to a bunch of chartered accountants. It has to be professional, something professional in it for you, something personal in terms of how to grow yourself. In fact, this advice came to me from somebody very early on in my career. So this person said, she was a lady, she said, Priya, you have to decide, there are different styles of parenting. One is, the surrogate. It's typically what I've been. For the first 10 years of both my children's life, my mother was around and was completely delegated, and she was the parent and I was the grandparent. The second is to be a normal parent. You set very normal expectations for your children. Okay, there's a lunch. Okay, my kids would do tair sadam and a curd rice for those who don't understand what tair sadam is. Set very reasonable expectations and said, okay, this is what you take to school. If the cook doesn't come, if the cook comes, then it's fine. As a normal parent, okay, they used to do 2 classes a week, coordinate something. The third is to be a super parent, which is to say, look, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this nice bento box for my spouse's lunch. He may not even want it, but we tend to try and be extra nice, do 4 classes a week. And not only do you do 4 classes a week, ensure that you're there for the classes. It's difficult. The last is, of course, the hyper parenting, where you don't do this only for your children, but you do it for all the children in your apartment society. So the thing is, and again, I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I'm just saying, if you want to also be a professional, then you must pick your parenting spouse style very carefully. You have to kind of set those boundaries. But imagine if you had a prodigal child who's a chess champ. I think it's absolutely fair to actually go slow or even stop your professional work and take this on forward. But not all children are prodigal, right? So it's important. And I also realized the importance of understanding this early on is that, when you're 30 and 35, you don't miss anything because your life is so full. But when you reach your 40s and 45s, today, my kids are like, oh, you're traveling? Wow. So they're 20 plus. So you realize that you needed to start early and kind of go over that professional path so that when the time is ripe, you sort of hit on. In my own case, I had contested the Central Council between 16 and 19 and 1 after 1 term in the Regional Council. The normal practice was for people to stay back for 9 years and accomplish those targets and become chair, etc. I felt at that age, I was sort of right. I decided to move on. And at a point in time, I had to make a decision in 19 whether I would go ahead for another term or take a break. And I decided to take a break. We were through 10th standard, 12th standard, chartered accountancy, inter, final. And I thought the personal stress for me was too much to manage. So I decided to take a break. And then I came back. And what was very nice about the comeback was people appreciated the break and the people appreciated the comeback. And that's when I actually realized that all my fears, I said, okay, if I'm going to quit, I'm going to quit permanently and things like that. I realized that if you are there, then the universe is sort of conspiring to make it happen. So it actually works. So the second thing is the make the time, and the rest of the world can wait and persist for some time. So in all these women connections happening, you need to put that agenda. You need to say, okay, second Saturday of the month, I will do this. And you might think I'm saying this more out of a sense of, kind of trying to push an agenda here. It's not. I have found that those Saturday afternoon meetings, which I did quite continuously, which I'm unable to do now, impacted me tremendously in just wanting to let off some steam or try and get some idea crowdsourced. It's been enormously helpful. Third, establish a goal on why you want to be there. That's, of course, professional, personal, fun. It could be as simple as the need for a few good friends. Now, why this group? Now, again, how do you make friends? You largely make friends with some kind of similarity in what you are. I mean, in terms of, where you are, in terms of your profession, or, more likely that I would bond more with, let's say, people my age group. So I think you need to have a goal on why you need to be part of a woman cohort. 4, you need to make an effort to make a wow group yourself. A lot of us keep waiting for these women groups to get formed by somebody else. So somebody said this about non-governmental organizations in India. Oh, we have so many NGOs and social enterprises. And this person actually told me, Priya, India is a country where no amount of NGO is enough. Because the government can do so much, but these self-supporting organizations can actually make a difference to the ecosystem. It's the same thing here. You don't have to wait for somebody to make a WhatsApp group. You don't have to wait for somebody to make a LinkedIn group of women. I think you should start one yourself. And so what if other groups have thousands and 10,000s of followers? Yours could have 100, but it's still meaningful. And a lot of times, again, when you make these speeches, people, somebody was actually telling me, madam, why I make these speeches? I said, why do you do it? I mean, you do it so consistently with students, especially. And he said, look, I speak for half an hour. I speak to, let's say, 300 kids in the room. There could be that defining 2 minutes, which has made a difference to 10 kids in that room. And he says, my life has made a difference there. And again, I would like to, in fact, connect somebody to this chapter. His name is Satish. He's a chartered accountant. He's based out of the US. He's a chartered accountant, worked largely in tech companies. He runs a program called Munetram. You know what he does? He teaches 11th and 12th standard students to get to the CA course. He covers districts which are, which are very complex to deliver, all with a simple phone, a WhatsApp, and a Zoom link. And I forgot the statistics, but I think he's covered such a large framework now. And I happened to be on one of his occasions. You had all kinds of children coming from districts like Krishnagiri, everywhere, first generation learners. So I think if it were not for Satish, those 100 kids would not have benefited. And in the next 10 years, I can see Satish reaching a target of 10,000 children. So I think the inspiration is from within you and each of us. And today, let's forget everything else. Where does leadership start from? Where does charity start from? It starts from home. I think if each of us can go back and connect with some women we know and bring them onto a platform, then I think the world is yours. And the most important thing is be there. Don't miss a single women-only invitation event or an invitation to a WOW group. I try and do this. I try and do this primarily to motivate women CAs and tell them, look, and Madam, the speaker before me had also mentioned this. See, for whatever reason God has put you here, you cleared the exam, which I think is the toughest in the world. I thought it was the toughest in the world until I passed, but I figured out it is even more tough when my son passed. It was tough for me also. So God's put you in this place for a particular purpose. And by that one act of continuing in your professional journey and wanting to become, let's say, another Zoho, another Clear Tax, I think you touch and impact countless lives. So I think these are some, kind of lead indicators or indicators on what you should do to make these women communities work. And I come to the last part of my presentation. Each time a woman stands up for herself, without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. As a very, very nice quote by an African poet called Maya Angelou. And of course, you must actually look her up. I think all her works are amazing. There's a very, very, very nice poem on independence. I forgot the full name, but it's called A Caged Bird, I think. And she's also written a very nice poem called Still I Rise. It's a poem on women's empowerment. Admittedly, many of us in this group may not relate to that poem in a very, very thematic context in which she has written it. But if you read it inside your mind, you will realize that there is a lot of need for each of us to rise above what we are for. That's what empowerment is all about. Started with a couple of Sanskrit quotes from the Gita. So I'll end with one more. They forget everything else about the state of being empowered, etc., etc. There's this very nice shloka that says, Yadevi sarvabhutheshu matru rupena samstita, and it ends thus. So what I think all of us should really remember is this ability to be maternal or effeminate is truly woman, and something that money can't buy in this world. And in that sense, you're already there, and you just need to scale greater heights. So thank you very, very much for this patient hearing, and once again, thanks for this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Supriya, for an empowering session. I would like to share with you that we do have our own WhatsApp group for our woman member of BCICI, and it has been for like almost 9 years now. Ladies and gentlemen, let us strive to create a world where every woman has an opportunity to thrive where our collective efforts lead to a brighter and more inclusive future for all. Due to paucity of time, I request member to send their question to icaibarin@gmail.com. XCOM team will touch base with the speaker to address these questions. Thank you once again, Ms. Supriya. To present our token of appreciation, may I request the digital certificate to be put on the screen, which will be presented to our speaker to express our gratitude.
First and foremost, thank you, Sri Priya. It's very nice of you. Having met you personally over various occasions in the past, I take this opportunity to thank you digitally, virtually, and I also extend the chapter's recognition of your time and effort through the form of this certificate. Thank you for all your time and presentation. Thank you so much.
With this, I will conclude this session. Now, I will call upon our next MC, who is ever smiling, CA Magatavalli, a member of Executive Committee of BCICAI. She is also passionate about cooking, an orator. She is a team player, team leader, and helps grooming and nurturing many young talent. I request CA Magatavalli to take the session forward. Thank you all. Over to you, CA Magatavalli.
Thank you, CA Ambika, for the wonderful words. Dear audience, it is with my great honor I am inviting our next speaker, Dr. Srimati Keshan, CEO and founder and CEO of Space Kids India. May I request the AV team to play the introduction audio and video?
Dr. Srimati Keshan is the founder and CEO of a leading Indian aerospace startup, Space Kids India, pioneering in design, fabrication and launch of small satellites, spacecrafts and ground systems. Her goal is to provide economical and sustainable access to space to cater the needs of education, research and the industry. With 7+ years of experience, her company has launched 18+ balloon sats, 2 suborbital payloads, and 3 orbital satellites, which include world's smallest and lightest satellite Kalamsat, was launched by NASA, and 4 other orbital satellites, Kalamsat V2 SD-SAT, Azadi-SAT and Azadi-SAT-2, by ISRO. She is the only Indian to be decorated with the ambassador status to the top 3 space centers of the world, NASA, ESA and GCTC, Moscow. She has been taking children to these research centers for hands-on space training, rocket building, launching techniques, and satellite making. She became the first woman from India to experience zero-gravity flight, along with astronaut moonwalker Charles Duke, the first woman engineer of the Apollo mission Miss Poppy, astronaut Richard Garriott, and astronaut wrangler Christina Kopp. She is a staunch believer of actions speak louder than words. More than writing research papers, she practically embarks into experimenting all the problem quotients in space through balloon satellites and cube satellites. She is the only woman founder among the 10 leading startups in India to sign Memorandum of Understanding with InSpace, ISRO. She has presented a paper titled Making Space Exploration Possible by Using Nano-Satellites and High-Altitude Ballooning. She also has authored a fictional children's book named First Kids on the Moon, which was released by Dr. Mailswamy Annadurai in 2020. She is also an avid social activist, an advocate for breast cancer awareness and supports NGOs. Dr. Srimati Keshan.
Good day, Doctor. Welcome to our 4th International Women's Conference hosted by BCICAI.
Good afternoon and welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for having me here.
I have to tell the readers, audience, that this will be an interactive session. So feel free to raise your hand and ask questions whenever you want, or just post the questions in the chat box. Doctor, you have a very, very impressive career trajectory and life journey. So just tell us how it all started. We would like to know.
I think it's actually when you sit down to think about your journey, it's so much of a roller coaster ride. But you sit back to think about it, it's so much of fun. Being a sportsman and an NCC cadet, I think it's always what you think does happen, or your life is portrayed through that. So, challenges, being a basketball player, I played about 10 nationals. I was a state athlete, the parade commander for NCC, Andhra Pradesh, and the best cadet of Andhra Pradesh at Delhi Republic Day, the parade commander there, and the first woman to hold a sword and lead the parade. I think these are some of the great achievements, while you're growing up. And that is what makes a strong background for a woman, I feel. My upbringing was not a very normal one. It was totally different. And a typical South Indian family with so many stringents and tags attached and threads attached. To come out of all that and participate in all this and excel in all this was a huge challenge. To quote a small thing, I loved Bharatnatyam as a kid. But it was a taboo in our family. It was like, you cannot, if people understood Tamil, they would say, my mom would say that, is your husband going to carry the guja when you're going to dance? In the sense, that kind of a mindset. So I was refrained from that. But my sports and NCC, I couldn't hold back because there was so much of patriotism right as a child within me. In fact, when I first, was interviewed in my school to seek admission, the question that they posed was, "What is your name?" And the first answer that I did was, "My name is Srimati Indira Gandhi." Listening to the news that my dad played every day on radio, Indira Gandhi cited a plight of power. So I thought women should be in leadership roles. Women should carry that huge tag on their, soul, not even head, body, nowhere, in the soul, leadership there within. And that will put them, ahead everywhere. So I think that was there ingrained in me as a child. But the day I held the sword and marched, that day I was given an opportunity to get into the armed forces, but destiny had a different card to play. My wedding card was given to General K.V. Krishna Rao, who was the guest, and everybody went berserk. They said, "Oh my God, this versatile personality, is getting into wedlock so soon at the age of 18. But if that's what is destiny, that's it." So from sword, I jumped into spatula. 16 years of completely making dosas and pizzas. And, my previous speaker said, you're, feeding your spouse with so much of food and, feeding the building. Yes, I think I stand an example or a testimony for that. I used to feed the entire building, the entire children group of my, daughter's class. So I was known as that personality. But then within me, there was some spark that I always felt that, Srimati was not just born for being a Mrs. Srimati, mother of Tanya, daughter of Srinivasan. No, there was something beyond that. And I always went up to the terrace and, kept interacting with the moon. Moon was my best friend. Moon was my best friend, maybe because it didn't answer back. So it was comfortable for me to throw everything to it. So, I felt very comfortable talking. But I have this thing to say that I'm going to be there on the moon someday or the other. Maybe destiny or universe conspired. And after 16 years of being at home, there was a friend who actually, an NCC cadet, co-cadet from Maharashtra. We interacted, we met accidentally, we interacted, and she was like, "What are you doing with life?" Maybe those words hit me hard. I thought it's high time that I stepped into entrepreneurship. She put me onto a conference in Miami, and that changed my life. I said, Satyagraha, I practice Satyagraha perfectly at home. No nonsense, no fights, nothing but, it is hard to penetrate into the minds of such people who are brought up in this different way, that women, however smart or multi-talented or versatile you are still, to be a provider at home. You need to take care of the child, of the family, of the husband. So it is even now difficult, but then love to juggle with that broad smile on my face. So this is how Space Kids was born. I should say.
I guess most of us, we can resonate with your sentiments, because it's every woman's story, and we take a huge break in careers, and again, you have proven like you can come back and do big or follow your passion and achieve your dreams. This is that's
very important, Marga. That's very important. You know what? Sorry to cut in here. I would say that if we do not believe in ourselves, and if we succumb to the circumstances, and if we want to accept that this is my life, I don't think we can move forward. That should be ingrained in every woman. Even now, I would say STEM, there are only 14% of women who are on the top. Not many role models. We just have hardly about 3 or 4 role models. And we women, we love to cling on to somebody. I am like this, I am like that, We love to cling on to somebody. And that is not happening. So that's where, people like us taking that first bold step and, doing something little to the society and making, a huge role model, filling the role model gap.
Yeah, I have one question on this amazing journey of SK and Azadi Sat and Kalam Sat in particular. Before that, I would like the AV team to play a short AV for SK journey. Can we have the AV, please? It's available in YouTube. I just found it very inspiring.
In fact, I think I shared it with Bhuvana and
yeah.
Kalam Sat launch किया
Kalam Sat, and they are the first customers. Let me compliment and congratulate the team.
Thank you so
Ma'am, you
much.
have successfully completed 8 editions of Young Scientists, yeah, touching over
In fact, we are in the 10th
750
edition now.
10.
2 years in your.
Okay.
We couldn't update being so busy.
Yeah. So more than 750 schoolgirls you have touched and inspired. And how does it feel? And what is the takeaway from all this journey?
It's an amazing feel. Great question, Margatavali. You know what? Girls and STEM don't go hand in hand is a great myth across the globe. They feel that women and technology, women and math, I'm so proud sitting along with chartered accountants like you, all the big brains of the country and the world, I should say. But still there is that myth that, women and technology don't go hand in hand. And especially with rural children. Rural children, if there
Why
are
specific? Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. Why specifically girls?
I thought they need to, there are so many opportunities for the boys. And even if there are no opportunities, they love to create opportunities. Whereas girls are still that laid back. Given an opportunity, they will come in the front. If not given an opportunity, they satisfy their minds by saying, probably we are not good. Probably we are not made for this. Right from the age of 6 or 7, a girl's mind is tuned saying that, oh, maybe if I'm not given the leadership, or maybe I'm not good. That attitude, I want a break. And not only that, all these international magazines and everything carry this picture of India, wherein a girl child, with torn shirt and holding a mud pot with, all shabby hair and, walking on a desert. And I wanted to break that. I wanted to say that these girls will hold henceforth satellites in their hands, rockets in their hands. It is just a platform that you're able to create. We need some visionary to think about that, create that for them. You need to lay a path for them. So I thought it's our responsibility being in this industry that I chose, that I do something for this community. And the challenges that I have faced growing up, I know how difficult it is. So I don't want that to happen to my younger generation. So if I'm able to lay something for them, I think my life was made. So that's the reason I thought I should choose only girls for this. And predominantly, India is still having that, professional barrier of, if it is one child, it is a doctor. If it's a girl child, it's a doctor. If it's a male child, it's an engineer. And beyond this, there is no thought process at all. Of course, now they have come up to law and everything, but given an opportunity, every parent wants a medico or an engineer. But rural children, the children that I worked with, they're all from absolutely humble background. Some did not have parents. Some were living with their aunts and everybody. Some, most of them were housemaids, farmers' children. Such children did not even know that there is an industry called space. They did not know what is rocket, what is satellite. So I thought it's our responsibility to, encourage these children, create that awareness, give them that opportunity to send a payload in space, real space, because space is so niche. It's like people think you have to do a, PhD, you have to be so brilliant. Anything you attribute difficult to rocket science. But I wanted to break that into nuggets and say, no, there is so much of common sense also prevailing in that. And if you work hard, you can, disrupt this industry also. Anyways, my team is also completely filled with young children. They're there with me for the last 10 years. They joined when they were in their 8th and 9th grade. Now they've, the education component is going on, but we have launched 26 space missions, which is the #1 organization in the country to have done something like this with young minds. And in fact, when I gave the proposal for this Azadi Sat, I was on the ventilator in the ICU. And that day I had to submit the proposal to ISRO. And the director from ISRO was like, okay, you can go on, Dr. Kasin. And, with the ventilator, how it would be and pain and everything. And still I was keeping my smile on and I said, I am not going to kick the bucket without doing this project. So I was very confident, and I was, narrating him about the whole project. And he heard the sounds of beep and everything, and he said, I don't know, this is not your usual self. I'm listening to some beeps and everything. What's happening, Dr. Kesan? I said, I'm on the ventilator, I'm in the ICU. He literally fell off the chair. He said, what's wrong with you? I mean, you come out of the hospital, that's more important. Your life is important. I said, no. It's okay. It's just one life. Let me make 1 million lives happy before I kick the bucket. So that's my take. That's my wish, ambition, whatever, and especially for the girls community.
Yeah, you are the only woman founder to have signed MOU with ISRO. So still there is a gap we are seeing.
There's a huge gap.
Yeah.
There's a huge gap.
How
Sorry,
to
I think
navigate
I'm going
this,
on.
how to prioritize. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I'm getting so excited. And
yeah. Sorry,
Margana. There is a huge gap, because as I mentioned, science, space technology involves huge amount of finances. So people are very scared to venture. Women, what happens is, even if you have to take a loan or anything, at home, what they feel, okay, you can avail a loan, but collateral, please don't ask us collateral, right? So what happens is every woman, per se, what we think is, if we invest about 100 rupees, we should get 200 rupees so that, we are safe, we come out of the business, we are also working, we are happy. That's the mentality of women. But in space industry, it's a long way. You invest something, it is minimum 10 years for that to even mature. That too in India, it's still 60 years. We are 60 years behind, and we are forging it. We are working so hard to compete with the other countries who are much ahead. In spite of Chandrayaan's success and Mangalyaaan's success, still people put you down. Still people put you down from the other countries, stating that, you're still backward. But cutting edge technologies, our youth are really working hard, to disrupt this whole thing and come up with cutting edge technologies. So, it is very, very difficult to push yourself hard. So women, predominantly take into, fashion industry, food industry, all these industries where it comes naturally to them. They are naturally talented, naturally, aesthetic and everything. So that's the reason
But
they
in
teach
STEM,
all
it is
these
a bit
arts.
of a...
Yes. And you need to put in that much time also. See, when we build these satellites, almost like, say 45 days, 50 days, we cannot come out of the lab. You have to sit there so focused. What will happen to the house? They'll send you out of the house. So to juggle this, that, the balances, the dances that you have to perform everywhere, oh my God, it is humongous. And not only that, even on the table, you have only 15 men, and I am the only outcast, only woman in the whole space industry. So I'm always sitting behind. But they say, yes, Srimati ji, I mean, without listening to you, we cannot, take any decision. But yet, you are given the last opportunity. You don't mind that, but you feel that even if it's the last opportunity, flying the Indian national flag for the first ever time, into space for 75th Indian independence was this fool's idea. So you cannot say no to it. It is there everywhere. You could have done it, but not. So they feel, this woman has got something. Without this woman, you cannot do anything. But this, it's still a woman. That attitude is still prevailing. There is a lot of changes.
Bias is still there, even at the top level.
I'm sorry to say, but it still persists. But we don't want to say it loud that it persists, because we don't want the future generation to feel scared to enter into it. Before even they enter, I don't want to say, there is so much of, you cannot perform, you cannot do this. So you don't want to scare them. Right? So I would say, no, it's beautiful. It's bed of roses. Please come in, take your share. Walk on the thorns, but keep that smile intact and say you can perform. That's the kind of attitude you should have. And if every woman can emulate that, I think we can do great wonders.
Yeah. with that, I want to give the opportunity to the audience also to ask questions. If anyone has any questions, if they have come up. Otherwise, I'll ask the final question for this session. So there is parity, there is disparity at the top level. What do you see with the world and India? It exists everywhere, or we are even far behind?
No. I think it exists everywhere. I was thinking that it was in India until and unless I went. I have a lot of interactions with people at NASA, ESA, GCTC, and everything. There is still, but compared to the yesteryears, I think there is a lot of change. People have started accepting. Yes, people have started accepting, even if it's with a pinch of salt, but they have started accepting, and that's a good news for us, right? So even if we get the slightest possible space, I think we'll navigate our way through. That's a
How
woman.
do we teach this to our young generation?
See, the more we speak,
how do we teach this story?
I think personal stories, interacting with girls, every little opportunity to meet a young girl, to speak at a college, to speak at schools, and to our own children. I think right from childhood, we need to put that in their head that, you are superior. You can do wonders. God has blessed you with so many powers. So unearth your powers. And you are good at juggling. You are versatile. So such things, reiterate the confidence of a woman. I think all these pampering and these words, I think we are made like that. Our DNA is like that. However tough we are, I think, these little things mean a lot to us. And if that we are able to do for our, women, I think, and each one women hold one girl child or one woman's hand and pull them, I think, this world will be a beautiful place.
Better place, beautiful place. Thank you so much for your time, for joining us. Now, I would like to our chairperson, Stanamurthy, to hand over a token of our appreciation and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keshan. Your session was very energetic. You are at a different level. You are already on the moon in terms of the energy level. We don't need a satellite to boost you from Earth to moon. You just already.
You're very kind.
So thank you for your interactive session, and I thank Margadavalli to have proposed, and during the conversation she said that we would like to have a different approach to the session, and let's have it as an interactive one. And I have to accept it. My opinion initially was very different, but I can tell you it was very entertaining. Thank you so much, and at the same time very informative.
Thank you so much.
To you. So kudos to you.
Much actually, I have to ask.
We have to respect time and the other speakers who are in the line.
Yeah,
so
I
think I'll take this opportunity to thank you for sharing your insight and present this small certificate of gratitude to you for your tremendous efforts in terms of your time for us and the efforts that you're taking back in India in empowering young girls and telling them that sky is not the limit. Truly, sky is not the limit. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Truly means a lot. And it was wonderful meeting all of you here online. And all the educated top brains. I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Srimati, for this very energetic session. Now I call upon my next MC, CA Keta Shah, who is a very young and dynamic CA who has always helped us. If you want anything, just ask her. She's always there for the BCICAI. And I had the pleasure of working with her in our last session of November 2023 exams. Over to you, CA Keta Shah.
Thank you so much, CA Margatavali. And it was just wow session, and it was so energetic that made everyone very interactive and wonderful session. Thank you so much, CA Margatavali. A very good afternoon to all the ladies and gentlemen over here. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this second last session of this 4th annual Women's Conference, which themed as Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. Also, I would like to extend the greetings of Mother's Day, which was celebrated yesterday, to all the lovely moms here. A mother can be said as an entrepreneur of their homes. The way they manages all the things, either being the working mother or the non-working, is incredible. And that is why they are being called as the best creature of God. They create the new generations and sets examples for them. Similarly, in corporate world, women have been paving the path for entrepreneurs in every industry. A woman entrepreneur is therefore a confident, creative, and innovative woman desiring economic independence individually and simultaneously, creating employment. Hence, the next topic is From Grassroots to Global Impact, the role of women's organizations in accelerating progress. And to speak on this subject, we have an eminent speaker, Ms. Nurhan Alzan, who is a founder and CEO of Noor Coaching and Consultancy. Let me also make you aware that Ms. Nurhan is currently serving on the Institutional Review Board of King Hamad University Hospital. Can we have the AV for the speaker, please?
Nurhan is the founder and CEO of Noor Coaching and Consultancy, a luminary in the startup ecosystem with over 12 years' experience in financial services, specializing in treasury and investments. Her leadership has profoundly impacted the startup work, mentoring, and advising over 350 startups across 6 countries. Her extensive involvement includes roles with Hope Ventures, Beban, Spring Studios, Mashru 3i, Tamkeen and BIBF Entrepreneurship Program, Omantel Innovation Labs, and Startup Bahrain Techstars. A seasoned senior lecturer in the GCC, she has educated professionals for over 8 years in banking and investment topics. Her academic prowess is further highlighted by her CFA charter holder status, fellowship at the Chartered Institute of Insurance, MBA, focusing on sustainable finance. She is also certified in sustainability studies and Islamic finance. She is the first woman in MENA region to attain certified bank asset liability management qualification from the UK, focusing on bank asset liability management. As an associate certified coach with the ICF, she combines her financial expertise and strategic coaching, guiding emerging entrepreneurs and professionals towards success. Her current and past board positions and chairs include the Institutional Review Board of King Hamad University Hospital, Board Member CFA Society Bahrain, and Chairperson and founder of Korwa Mentorship Program. Nurhan Alzan.
Please welcome Ms. Nurhan Alzan. Over to you, Ms. Nurhan.
Good afternoon, Keita. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. And good afternoon to everybody from the Institute here. Thank you so much for having me with you this afternoon on this blessed month. I'm very pleased to be here. We've heard so much about the work that you do in the community and how hard you really are always trying to uplift and inspire. So I'm really grateful to be here. I do recognize a couple of names in the audience, and I do have about 30 minutes with you today. And what I'm going to try to do is just take you on a brief journey. It's going to be focused a lot on entrepreneurship, but I am a coach, so I'm going to try to inspire a couple of ideas to maybe have you think while I speak, or perhaps as well leave you with to think as you go away. So I hope you have an open mind and an open heart to allow some of my thoughts to be with you today.
Sure.
So I'm going to start first with an opening question. What makes you successful? What makes you talented? What makes you achieved? What makes you stand out? But more importantly, what makes you you? I don't know the answer that each of you have, but to me, it's a combination of things. It's the opportunities that have been offered by my family, it's the efforts that have been placed by generations before me, and the direction undertaken by current leadership and the ecosystem to further the growth. If I stand here today, it's because I stand on the shoulder of giants. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's my pleasure to be here with you on this holy month of Ramadan. And it's always lovely to speak to such inspiring professionals like yourselves who come with such a diverse background, because I always know that we could drive a very interesting conversation. If you allow me, I wanted to start with a bit of a background, and I'm going to make it a little bit personal. I come from a family that believes so deeply in the power of education, and maybe you would have noticed that from my background and the very kind introduction that they prepared for me. So they believe very deeply in the power of education. I was raised by a mother that chose to prioritize home over career, although I'm sure that my mother would have killed it if she continued in the life of business. But the circumstance and the situation at her time put her in a decision to choose, and she chose family. A story that perhaps you lived, you witnessed, or you have come across within your families, because that choice has been inherited over many, many generations. A woman so strong, so determined, like my mother, that she raised two women with the ideology to have a voice, to take your seat at the table, and to represent who you are, where you come from, and everything that makes you, you. An ideology that I live and serve by every day of my life now. And I must add how grueling it is sometimes to take your seat at the table. I consider myself blessed because I had that opportunity, that I was seen as an equal from my childhood, that I was seen as an investment. That if my girls, my mother would say, were educated in the best possible way, it not only allows for their financial freedom, it allows through them to open doors for their future families, the society, and to keep liberating more women along the way. This, of course, is not to undermine the power of a father that trusted that having girls, while in the Middle East, somehow that can be frowned upon in some places, he felt that that is a treasure to be molded, built, and empowered. I grew up at a time when women could already vote. I lived in a time to see women in Saudi Arabia are now able to drive, in a country like Bahrain, where women are treated to the larger extent with dignity and equality. That through a series of giant grassroots movements over many decades, women have pushed the bar time and again, claiming rights and creating space. But with all these resources, we haven't fully scratched the surface as yet. The United Nations, in their 2024 report, shared statistics that there now is $360 billion of annual deficit in spending over gender equality measures, threatening the goal of achieving gender equality by 2030. That due to conflict, geopolitical issues, the pandemic, and other factors, it could lead to more than 342 million women and girls living under the poverty line by 2030. But on the flip side, the same statistic shows the ROI, the return on investment, of prioritizing this agenda, and that putting women's rights in the forefront and closing the gender gap could mean 20% boost in the GDP per capita and 300 million more jobs to be created by 2035. I did promise that I'm going to take and ask a couple of questions, so allow me to entertain my second question for the session.
Sure.
What is power? What is authentic power to you. There is a book called Seat of the Soul by Gary Zukav, and it's a book that I really like, and I would encourage for you to take a look at it. But Gary explains, and I quote, "When personality comes fully to serve the energy of the soul, that is authentic power." So when personality comes fully to serve the energy of the soul, that is when you, as a human being, as a soul, are in your complete authentic power. You are radiating natural power. So maybe I could leave you with that to see if you're living that life already and if you're expressing the best, the best parts of your soul to the world. But why is this relevant to this discussion? Because about 2 years ago, I decided to exit a very competitive banking career in treasury and investments. And that's because I felt like I wanted to live in my own power. And I felt I could do this if I took my passion for coaching and startups, combined my passion and my skills and my education, and taken it to open my own business. A business that is still small, but I have built from scratch. And now it stands serving over 100 clients in 6 countries and counting. But it's also not necessarily about opening the business itself. That wasn't my purpose, but it's about choosing the work that I do every single day. But now, after 2 years of this entrepreneurial journey, I've assessed that it's both a privilege and a power to be able to do well for yourself and for others. But it's really not easy at all, and it could be even a little bit more difficult for women. And let me explain why. So, like you would have heard in the introduction, I worked with about 350 startups, and now more than that, actually, in about 6 countries. So I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of entrepreneurs in different kind of spaces or different journeys of their fundraising. And there are some statistics that are rather daunting. So the statistics in 2022 showed that venture capital funding was significantly higher for startups that have men founders. That's about 84%. And about 1.8% for female-founded startups. So you can see the kind of drastic difference when it comes to fundraising for startups for women. Less than 5% of businesses are women-led in the MENA region, while the global average is about 26%. And about 66% of women in the MENA region feel that investors are less inclined to invest in startups led by women. And these statistics I find daunting because even though there is so much research that proves that when there is diversity, when there is that nice blend, there's so much better performance when it comes to activity, whether it's financial or when it comes to just general doing good. And to share a couple of numbers, 63% better financial performance was reported in enterprises that were all women-led, 35% higher ROI, 12% higher revenue growth, and higher profits to about 30% in companies that had women execs. All right, so is Nurhan here coming because she comes from a banking background, went into the entrepreneurial space, and now she wants to convince everybody that it's great to be an entrepreneur, even though the statistics are against us? Not really. But I'm doing this because since I joined into this line of work, since I decided to be an entrepreneur and work with entrepreneurs, I noticed that this field is supercharged. It allows for women more freedom. It allows them to choose their lives, to earn their livings. It's because businesses like mine and other stunning women entrepreneurs, they're contributing to the GDP, they're creating jobs, but they're more importantly allowing women the right to choose. And it allows to some extent for you to be able to reach that balance, because I felt, and I don't know if you agree, but I felt when I was in the bank that managing time and resources and staying was kind of really difficult. But when I have my own business, I'm allowed a little bit more flexibility. And that balance is an environment that harnesses flexibility and prioritizes productivity. I believe, and I heard a couple of speakers before me, that the role of women's organizations is integral for accelerating progress, because it not only liberates the founders, the owners themselves financially, but if built correctly, it allows for more diversity in the ecosystem, encourages more jobs, and prioritizing flexibility, allowing women to run their lives and also build families and homes and contribute to the society. But more importantly, I was doing the research to prepare for being with you this morning. I found that in certain countries around the world, entrepreneurship is not a choice. So to me, I feel like it was a luxury I was able to choose. In some areas in the world, it's not, because there are limited job opportunities. And so that kind of is the route for them to go down to. And they do it out of financial security. But that then also illuminates how important it is to raise awareness on that kind of line of work, if you will, because it can create even more opportunities for women who do not find job opportunities, or if job opportunities don't necessarily suit them. Now, I started banking in my early 20s. And at that time, back then, I was really, really impressed when I heard that there was a woman who sat on a board position of a Fortune 500. I was like, oh my God. Or I would hear that a woman would make it to the top, because to us, that was breaking glass ceilings. To us, that was more women representation, right? And that energy boosted me over the years. But today, we see that. We see women in a prominent board position. In Bahrain, we have a couple of women in ministerial roles, political positions, and we see that locally and internationally as well. So it's fair to say that women have been breaking the barrier, and they're continuing to challenge glass ceilings. And they continue to inspire women like myself to take risk on ourselves, even if we are challenging social norms or existing stereotypes around women roles. But you know what? Just a little bit of honesty, and it's Ramadan, so I'm going to give it to you like very bluntly. During my career, I've met a lot of men who saw that my assertiveness, and I can be very assertive and very direct, that my assertiveness was seen as aggression, and my ambition was seen to be out of place, and that my jumps to take one set of risks after another were bound for failure, because who was I to compete with the men in the room? But I've equally seen men that open doors, that believe in the power of the individual, irrespective of the gender. And they have mentored, coached, and supported me along the way, and they still do until now. Equally, on the other side, I've seen women who left way too early, who even when the seat is pulled for them to join the table, they felt that they couldn't. They felt that they weren't good enough or not adequate enough for the competition. In my work now as a coach, I have seen both, and I continue to see both. But today, I know you are here to celebrate International Women's Day, and there are lots of women who are pursuing careers and building families and challenging gender-specific roles. There are women who have founded unicorns or co-founded unicorns, like Relics Globalization Partners, and in India, Live Space. And they all have contributed because of all the kind of effort and work that was happening in the ecosystem. And I know that I shared a lot of statistics with you, and that they still need a lot of work. But it's also important to say that there are initiatives like Riyadat in Bahrain that focuses on women entrepreneurs. They support them with funding and mentorship. And more recently, Tamkeen announced that 40% of the SMEs in Bahrain are women-owned, and 49% of CRs are owned by women. Once again, I'm going to take you on a quick shift to me returning to being a coach. And I'm going to answer something that I've been raising so many times since I came today. And by the way, it applies to men and women, because I know there are quite a few men in the room today, and I like to structure my conversations to be gender neutral. So the moment I came, I said that my mother taught me to take my seat at the table. And then I said it was really hard to take your seat at the table. And then I said a lot of women don't accept to take their seat on the table, even when a chair is pulled out for them. So I think it's worth at least telling you what I mean by taking your seat at the table, and then maybe sharing a couple of points, if you allow me, on how you can take your seat at the table. Because I think that that is one of the most valuable things that I was taught in my life, and one of the most things that I'm very proud of, because no matter where you are, you're going to see me sitting on that table. So to me, taking my seat on the table is basically being able to stay in my power, to be able to understand my value. And that, by the way, is where it starts. It starts from being able to assess and understand your value. And I know it's not easy, and I know it takes time. And by the way, I don't mean your qualifications and your titles and your job history and your track record. That is all wonderful, and I appreciate them, and I know you've worked so hard on them. But to me, value comes from who you are. What do you bring to this conversation when you join this conversation? When I listen to you, when you're invited to this board, when you're invited to this committee, when you're invited to even give a speech, what is unique about you? What do you leave to uplift and impact and encourage and help with people and their performance? You know, it took me a lot of years to know why I was valuable. A lot. So many. But the time I actually found my real purpose was the time I started flowing. Because now I know why I'm here, I know why I'm valuable, and I know how I could really portray it to the world. The second thing is, if someone tells me, okay, thank you, I'd love to know my value, tell me how. I'll tell you, it works very well with reflection. So if you take your time to reflect and to explore. So reflecting allows you to know, everything about you, everything about where you come from, where you add value. But then the second part is to explore the opportunities around you, go out, really discover and rediscover. You'll find a lot about your self-confidence, and you'll find so much self-appreciation, because you're going to discover that you could do so many things. When I was a banker, I thought all I can do was be a banker, because I was a CFA charter holder, and wow, you get that certificate, and so you just want to tell everybody you walk around, hi, I'm a CFA charter holder, because you did so well past the exams, right? But then eventually, as I started discovering, I took up teaching, and I discovered, whoa, this is nice. I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it. I feel aligned. And then I was like, right, let's take a look at this coaching thing. And the more I discovered, the more I realized that I'm actually driving, or I am capable of driving, value in other spaces that I didn't even know were there if I hadn't reflected and I haven't explored and I haven't gone out. Okay. So Nurhan, thank you. I want to find my value. I'm going to start reflecting and exploring. But really, you're going to stop there if you do not give permission to yourself. And what does that mean? A lot of us think that we can go out and do whatever we want, but in fact, the people who end up stopping us most of the time is our own selves. We don't give ourselves permission. And what does that mean? Again, that I found my value in coaching, that if I hadn't given myself the permission to exit banking, to explore entrepreneurship, to explore being a coach, I promise you I was not going to be here with you today. Because this is permission. And it's also allowing yourself the permission to fail. Because there is always doing things for the first time, and doing things for the first time does not always mean it's successful, but it means that you're going to explore and learn and discover, and that's what all this journey is about. And finally, about this point, please, and this I cannot explain this enough. Please put yourself in the right circles with the right crowds. Hunt for the people that share passion and purpose and who ideally see value in you, even if you don't see that value all the time in yourself. And by the way, research says that you become the average of the 5 people you spend most time with, which is extremely dangerous in the investment world. Because of the 5 people you spend time with are average, the ROI on your entire life is going to be average. So I do not compromise on the people I invest my time, my energy, and my dreams with, because we are just going to be a portfolio of average returns. And that is something that I don't accept for myself. And I hope it is something that you don't accept for yourself either. By the way, if you stay consistent, when you find your value and then you consistently decide to show up, I swear to you, it becomes part of your DNA. And I think that was part of my mom's plan since we were children. I didn't ask her, but I will tonight after she breaks her fast. I think she said if she kept repeatedly doing it, then you just become so used to it that now I talk from my stomach and I show up every single day because I know that it is not an opportunity. I know it's a privilege. I know it's an honor. And I know it means something to my legacy in the world. By the way, along the way, and the more you step up, and if you expose yourself, as much as I hope you will, so you can experience every part of your life, you will run into cheerleaders and supporters, and they mean the world. And you'll run into haters and naysayers. And in my view, they also mean the world. Because that means you're winning, and that means you're progressing. And that means you matter. Because if you don't, they won't even bother. Stick the course and keep pursuing anyway. I always try to make sure that when I come and speak with professionals like yourselves, I also plant a couple of seeds so that we can hopefully make some progress together. I've been working with a lot of startups and a lot of entrepreneurs. I've also been an avid supporter of financial literacy programs. And I've come across one of the core reasons that hinders women entrepreneurs to become founders of unicorns or to grow into businesses or to grow their own enterprises. Believe it or not, it usually is financial literacy. Why is that? Because they come from backgrounds that are not financially savvy. And so you can't really build a business and grow it if you don't understand how to make better money, earn better revenues, how to invest the returns, and how to grow this business properly. So I think when I speak with financial and professional organizations like yourselves, I like to say you can have so much to contribute to this world if you take up that kind of awareness and financial literacy as a mission, and we can actually help make that change together. A lot of the times as well, when education and literacy are present, we notice that pitching and negotiation and taking your seat on the table are skill sets that still require boosting and upskilling. And they require that primarily for women. And being able to invest in letting women understand that they can upskill, that when they can speak and they can negotiate and they can pitch and they can stand up and use their voice, they can be a lot more effective for themselves and for their businesses than if they lacked those skills. And that's something that as well can really be invested in. Finally, and I think the speakers before me highlighted on this, we need more examples. We need more examples of women who go out and speak to people and not just tell them, listen, I've made it. I've really broken a glass ceiling or I don't know what. No, it's telling them how you came along this journey. What have you learned across this journey? What have you done? So when it comes to financial literacy, and anybody who's attended my sessions I tell you how it's done. Because there is a quote in Arabic that says, don't give me a fish, but teach me how to fish. And I come from that school because I don't care to be remembered for what I've done, but I care that you were able to take something I said and able to implement it in your life. Because even if I don't see you fish, in my heart, I will know that someone out there is fishing. And if I was part of that journey, then that makes me sleep well at night. So being able to show women and show people generally how to represent themselves, whether it's through sessions like these, whether it's through coaching, but really I hope it's being able to challenge that element of self-image. And that applies to you today if you were a woman or a man. How do you see yourself? How do you see yourself really when all the masks are taken away and all the fancy titles are parked on the side and all the really cool things that are written on your business card? How do you see yourself as a human being? And what kind of cognitive biases and what kind of historical imprints affect the way you represent yourself in the world and about how you support others? One of the most important points, and I always leave this to the end, we also need more men. I know that when I started speaking today, one of the men in the room welcomed me. He was very gracious and very kind. Vivek, thank you for that. He wanted to show his support, and I appreciate that. But there are a lot of women as well, and men, that fuel this cause, fuel the cause, who cheer on and say, we appreciate having diversity in the workspace. We appreciate having women who inspire. And while it's important that women support women, it's so invaluable to have more women support, not just in the ecosystem, but I know the men also support their families and their spouses at work, their young girls as they grow up, their sisters, their girl colleagues, whatever it is. But this is not like a women support women kind of activity. It is kind of an entire empowering ecosystem. Finally, as I begin to wrap up, and I really wanted this to be light and sweet, and I just wanted to park a couple of thoughts. I'm going to leave you with a couple of things that I truly believe in. That will be the last thing I wrap up before I leave you. I don't believe, I am certain, that if my parents did not plant the seed in me when I was younger, that if they did not believe in education and empowerment, I really don't know if I was going to be here today. So if you see good in my story, then that is perhaps to show you the power of a seed that is invested and nurtured in young women. That's why I believe that I should give as much as what was given to me. So I continue to serve, coach, train, support, and hopefully to continue building. Because this is an International Women's Day event, I also like to show my appreciation for every one of the women here who have worked so hard to bring me on board, who have tried so hard. Sia Bhavana has been absolutely supportive every single time. She knows that I text at unearthly hours, but she was always so responsive and kind. To every woman who came before us, who will come after us, our mothers, our friends, the women who showed that they've achieved great things and they continue to do that. I just wanted to show my appreciation for you, and that women and that the story are more than just the stats. My final quote for you, and this will be my last 1 minute before I leave you. I have a favorite poem. It's for Marianne Williamson. And this quote is something that I read this poem, and I would encourage you to read it because I absolutely love it. Okay, it's actually part of a movie. And Marianne Williamson actually says, "And as we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others." I hope today that I was able to leave even a tiny bit of light for you. I hope you continue to inspire. I hope you continue to grow. I hope we meet at another place and another time when I'll be listening to your stories, your inspiration, and how you have built families and communities and businesses and corporations, and how you have taught and how you have learned. Thank you so much for having me with you this morning. It's been absolutely a pleasure.
Thank you very much for the wonderful session, Ms. Nuran. I hope I am also presenting it correctly, your name, and also for creating such a great number of women's entrepreneurs and breaking the barriers. Your expertise and personal insights on the subject were really remarkable. I'm sure members would have a lot of takeaways from the session, and there are many members have put the messages in
Yes, sir, I believe.
And Mr. Vivek Gupta, wonderful, and
I see. I think there's some technical net connectivity issue at CA Keta's place. So I'll take the opportunity to thank you, Ms. Nuran. I really found this session very enlightening, refreshing as well. And since you're in the coaching field, taken this leap, I would take the opportunity to, if possible, of course, talk to my executive committee and, if suitable, arrange for further coaching sessions with the women members of our institute, and thereby help them find all those attributes that they need to, and thereby take them to the highest level of pedestal that they can. Thank you very much for this very refreshing session. I take this opportunity to present a small token of appreciation in the form of a certificate. And thank you for your time and sharing your thoughts with our members.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it, and for the certificate.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nuran. I will now hand over the control to our next Master of Ceremony, CA Rowana. I'm sorry that Ms. Keta, who's supposed to do the introduction, I think has some challenges.
Hello, am I audible? I'm sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Keta. Please, you are.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the technical glitches, but I can speak. If I am audible, I will introduce CA Rowana as well.
Please do that. Please do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nuran. And I'm so sorry again. And I will now hand over the control to our next MC, who is an energetic and charismatic personality in herself, which is CA Rowana Baranda. CA Rowana is a member of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI and actively participating in various chapter events and conferences. Also, CA Rowana was the part of past executive committee of BCICAI for the year 2021-22. Thank you, everyone, for the session. Over to you, CA Rowana.
Thank you, CA Keta, for the warm introduction. Good afternoon to one and all. The finale topic for this day will be on fostering women's leadership in finance, building bridges with male allies, standing tall, and speaking out. In recent years, there has been a growing recognition of the importance of gender diversity and inclusivity in various sectors, including finance. The finance industry, traditionally dominated by men, is now witnessing a significant shift as more women step into the leadership roles and make their mark. However, despite these positive strides, women still face unique challenges and barriers on their path to leadership. And one of the key aspects of this initiative is the emphasis on building bridges with male allies. And to speak on this, we have not one, but two eminent speakers, Ms. Paddy Kennedy and CA Mahavir Kothari, who is also the past chairperson of Bahrain chapter. May I have the AV for the introduction of these speakers, please?
Paddy Kennedy, founder and CEO and principal of Kennedy Communications Studio International. She has been in the business of developing individuals for more than 30 years. Her entire professional career has been one of teacher, trainer, coach, speaker, writer, and mentor. She is a seasoned professional speaker, MC, speech coach, leadership development specialist, strategic communication trainer, voice coach, and accent reduction teacher. She is a former radio journalist with Broadcast News, Canada's largest radio network. She is a best-selling author, expert world leaders, and a contributor to Women on Success. Her latest book, Your Brave Voice, is in the final stages of publication. She is presently writing Harmony Unleashed, Women, Power, and Worth, which will be published in 2024. She is the principal of the international communication company, Kennedy Communications Studio International, a registered company in Vancouver, Canada and Dubai. Her clients come to her from over 120 countries, all looking for a better, more effective way to speak, communicate, present, and lead. She is considered a global thought leader in the field of voice and communication. She recently was the MC for the prestigious COP28 event, Art, a Catalyst for Social Change. She has been a professional speaker since 1997 and has spoken in more than 30 countries. She is a Canadian and lives in Dubai. Paddy Kennedy. Mahavir Kothari, Senior Finance Leader, BCICAI Energies. Director, Middle East International Strategic Accelerator for Women. He is a chartered accountant, an MBA, cost and management accountant, and trained coach from Coactive Coach Training Institute. He has more than 25 years of diverse cross-cultural international experience as a finance leader in several countries including USA, South Africa, India, UAE, Bahrain and Angola. He is currently working as Senior Manager Finance in BCICAI Energies. He is also a member of the executive leadership of ISAW, a US-based foundation promoting acceleration of gender equality as Director, Middle East. He is also former chairman of the Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. His pro bono work is mainly focused on creating collective impact and accelerating gender equality, which would result in achieving gender equity. He participated in Leadership Excellence for Women Awards and Symposium, LEVAS 2023, as a panel member to discuss how men could be better allies and collaborators with women under the theme, Allies and Advocates, Still a Sticky Floor. He also co-facilitated a business challenge workshop held at BCICAI Energies. The workshop was a groundbreaking event and the first of 6 business challenges that LEVAS put forward during its 2023 annual symposium. The workshop was conducted through a collective impact partnership with BCICAI Energies, LEVAS, ISAW and WPC Energy Women 10X initiative. The outcome of the workshop was a report providing recommendations that would help accelerate gender equality within BCICAI Energies. Being a formally trained coach, he is a firm believer in making coaching accessible to everyone and has started his journey to be a certified coach. CA Mahavir Kothari.
Thank you so much for the AV. And without wasting any further time, let us all welcome Ms. Paddy Kennedy and CA Mahavir Kothari to take us forward with this session. Over to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mahavir.
Okay, so I think, this is something different, right? First is we are coming right in the end. So we have a chance to wrap up everything what we have heard, right? And also, people were asking me, Mahavir, what are you doing in this session? I mean, there are all women speakers, and what are you doing? I said, let us, hear what we can talk about in the session. And that's why I'm here. And I leave it to you, Paddy. Now, first, what I would like to do is a little bit brief introduction about you and your, very, very ceremonious and also inspirational journey. I mean, I'm really impressed. Whenever I talk to Paddy, I always, remember where she was, what she was doing, and what she's doing now. So let us hear that, and then we get into other discussion, Paddy. How about that?
Well, thank you very much, Mahavir, for first of all introducing me and bringing me to this forum this morning. And I must say before I begin, it really is a tremendous honor to be among so many esteemed colleagues today and brilliant women, rocket scientists. I mean, I was thinking my mother would be so proud, and if my older brother would still be alive, he wouldn't even believe I was on a forum with women of such esteem. And I just want to quickly, before I speak about myself, say how inspired I am by the speakers this morning. When I heard Ms. Leila speaking about the benefit company and how progressive they are, I feel such hope in this long journey to bringing women as equal partners to the table. And I don't remember your first name. I have written down Ms. Krishnamurti when she said that nothing is impossible. I believe that is true. And I really loved it when you showed the pictures of the women who were past 100. I still have a way to go. I have 30 more years before I catch up to them. And it's also really important, it was mentioned, I forget by whom, to always remember those speakers, the women rather, who have come before us. Because as our beautiful Ms. Nohan said, we do stand on the shoulders of giants, and without the history across the cultures and around the world of women who have gone in the forefront, who have been the brave torchbearers, they have made this world possible for us today. And dear Ms. Nohan, you are so refreshing. There's a breath of fresh air to see young women so powerful, so strong, so confident. And your quoting of the poem of Miss Marianne Williamson, "It is our deepest fear." I give that out to my women clients. As a matter of fact, last night I sent it off to a new client. It's such important work. So I wanted to acknowledge I really am in the group standing among men and women, but especially today, my sisters, who inspire me and give me courage and tell me, keep on going. And I also want to say we cannot do this without the brothers. When I was a young feminist woman in Canada back in the late 70s and the 80s, we didn't have men around. As a matter of fact, some of the meetings I went to, the women were so militant. I was a single mother of a boy, of a son, and they said, no, you can't bring your son to the meeting because he doesn't have any male energy. Can you imagine? We have come so far, and I'm so grateful to be working with men in this movement. They are the yang to our yin. We cannot have one without the other. It's impossible. So I'm really grateful to the men who are bold enough and brave enough to join us in this movement forward. Well, I'm going to give a really shortened version of my rather long history. I have been a coach for 52 years, long before they had certification. I started out as a young athlete. I was an almost Olympic figure skater in Canada way back in the 1970s. I missed the team by 1/10 of a point, but it was okay because I was struggling physically. And I was unable to carry on actually skating on the ice. You know, being a Canadian, they say we're born with skates on. It's either ice skating or hockey. I began coaching young 19-year-old kids who also had a big dream, just like I had when I was a little girl, that I was going to go to the Olympics. But it was impossible for me to carry on, and I ended up getting sicker and sicker. At that point, I have an illness that was undiagnosed, and I lost my brilliant career. Unlike most of you, I did not spend a whole lot of time in school. I spent a whole lot of time on the ice. Back in those days, a professional figure skating coach made $10 an hour, which in the 1960s was an awful lot of money. And I'm very highly qualified. I have the equivalent of 4 PhDs in that art sport. So I was guaranteed a great future. Who needed university? And by the way, in 1970, as a woman, I couldn't get into science or medicine in university. They didn't let girls in. It was either home economics to learn how to run a nice home and iron and do the washing and cooking, nursing, or education. There were no other options. So for me, the future wasn't that bright. However, as I say, I lost my career by the time I was 26. I was very seriously disabled and I didn't know what to do. But by the grace of God, I had a teacher in grade 11, a nun, because I was educated by nuns and priests. And Sister Mary Carmel was her name, and she said to me, you know, if this skating thing doesn't work out for you, you're a very good writer and a very good communicator. You should consider that. And I was raised by a single mom who every night after we had dinner, we would put the dishes in the sink in hot, hot water. And then we had our elocution lessons and we had our public speaking. Because my mom was uneducated, but she was wise and she knew that if you could speak well, you could go far in the world. And no matter how sick I got, I always had my voice. And people used to say, Patty, you have a great voice for radio. And I always laugh because I don't know, did they mean that means you don't have a very good face for TV? But I chose radio. I entered the National Institute of Broadcasting in Toronto, 1990, the best investment I ever made. And I chose radio because I found it was an art. The human voice was an art. And I began then to develop my career as a broadcast journalist. But this illness continued to hunt me down. So I just had to keep working for myself. In those days, we didn't say entrepreneur, you know. You were self-employed, you were a freelancer. We didn't use this fancy French word. So over all those years, you know, you never know. Someone today said, just keep showing up. Don't miss an opportunity. Just keep showing up. And I kept showing up, sometimes in a wheelchair, sometimes on crutches, sometimes with canes, but I kept showing up. And before you knew it, I was being asked to speak here, I was being asked to speak there, and suddenly I was asked to speak in New York City. I'm just a girl from a small city in Canada. And I was asked to speak in front of 5,000 people at the Jacob Javits Center in New York City. And I didn't know what to do, but I showed up because my mom said, you never miss an opportunity. And I got there and somebody in the audience was, we'd like to hire you to come into New York. And the next thing you know, I'm living in New York. I was working with all kinds of global businessmen and women, teaching them how to navigate global business and communication in today's world. This was the early 2000s. I was working a lot with accent reduction. It wasn't working. So I'm one of those self-starter kind of people. So I'm going to figure out how can I create a program for accent reduction that will help me. Because if they're not growing, I don't want to take their money. I don't want to be a fraud. If they're not doing well with me, I got a problem. I got to figure out how to make it work so that you excel. That's my goal. So I wrote a program called Accentuate the Beat. I studied that the English language in particular is a beat-driven language. And when we want to study accent, and for those of you who think you have an accent, no, you don't. All languages have their own rhythm. I have an accent, Mahavir has an accent, every one of us has an accent. Have to know the rhythm. So I began my global career with Kennedy Communication online in 2008. I should say my mom was badly injured in an accident in Canada. I was in New York. I went back to Canada to take care of my mom. And I said, I'm going to do the same thing that I was doing in New York. And my big brother, how are you going to do that? I said, I'm going to do it on Skype. Patty, you're such a brief. What executive is going to want to sign up for lessons on Skype? In no time I was in 120 countries. And when the pandemic came along, this little visionary was ready. So that's a point of what I want to say to all the women here today. Don't ever give up. anyway, that one thing just led to the other, to the other. Then next thing you know, I'm asked to speak in Oman. That was in 2018. And I said, well, I can't leave my practice to just speak one job. Please find me some work. So they found me some work at that time in Doha, as well as in Kuwait. And that went well. So then I was asked to come back to Dubai, and then I was asked to come to Bahrain. And the next thing you knew, I was on my way just before the pandemic struck. I was on my way to Bahrain to do some work. And I was in Oman visiting, working with a business partner at that time. And the pandemic came, and I got locked down in Sohar in Oman. I never did get to Bahrain, and I never have been back. It's easier to work as a woman my age, a widow, an entrepreneur, and a woman past 65. It was easier for me to get my company going here in the UAE than it was in Oman. And that's it's a long story, but that's actually quite the shortened version.
No, thank you. Thanks, Patty. I think, it's very inspiring, even if we were able to hear only the shorter version of it. And before I go ahead, I just wanted to say a big thank you to BCICAI for organizing this session and having us here and speak about something which, people are very keen to understand, like, why am I here? So what I want to do is, before I go there, I just want to show one slide, and that's all we have. I promise we don't have any more slides. So if the team can share that slide, or I can share it.
Yeah, you can share.
Yes, thank you. So, just to understand why I'm here, if we understand this slide, can you please put it on slide mode? Yeah, thank you. So if we can understand this slide, then the whole purpose of why I'm here will be very, very clear. And, thank you to Nurhan. She already alluded to that we need male allies, right? So how do we come into the picture? So if you look at this slide, what do you see on the left-hand side? We keep on talking about equality. Everyone says, yes, we need to have equality. But, to reach equality, you first have to, make it unequal or diverse treatment, right? That's only when you'll reach equality. So if you look at the picture on the left-hand side, equality looks like this currently, that, you're given one box to each of these participants. So that one box is not doing anything great for the person on the extreme left and the person on the extreme right. So if you see, if we distribute whatever we have evenly, that's what happens. But when we come to the right-hand side and look what we have done, we have moved one box which was available to the rightmost, person. And all of a sudden, all the three can enjoy the baseball game. So that is what is equity. So we need to continually work towards accelerating the gender equality to reach equity. In the current scenario in the workplace, it will take nearly 150 years if we go with the current speed of what we are trying to make it equitable, because we focus more on equality. And it will take 150 years. So the work we are doing, Paddy, myself, the work what we are doing is to accelerate gender equality. And what will it lead to? It will lead to equity. So that is what, my role, your role as male allies comes into picture. And if I reflect on my experiences, as you saw from my profile, and thank you, you were very kind on my profile, but if you look at the profile, I worked in several countries, and the biggest diversity lesson I learned was in the US. You would imagine, US is a very diverse place, and they talk a lot about diversity, and they really embrace diversity. Of course, they do. But diversity and inclusion, that's where we need to focus again. Diversity is easy because we can get the numbers. We can say, okay, we have hired 10 female employees, and we have promoted so many people. But what about the inclusion? So the inclusion is more of really opening your hearts, opening your minds, rather than just a number. So if you think about diversity and inclusion, so when you have a party at your house and you invite different people, that's diversity. But if you invite them to the dance, that will be inclusion. The other thing which struck me in the US was the definition of leadership in one of the biggest oil and gas companies in the US. And the unwritten definition was white, male, tall, Caucasian. Okay, that was the definition. And if you didn't meet any of that, you would not be in the leadership team. And no wonder there was no women representation on the leadership team. So that's where our role as male allies comes in. So I just wanted to set the context, Paddy, and I again leave the floor for you to please chime in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy that it is changing, and it is because of this constant talk of diversity and inclusivity, which are actually verbs. They are actions that we have to take. I love this slide because sometimes we confuse equality and equity. And you see here the little one now in the second slide can see over. And it's time for us, if we want to be truly inclusive. A company I was working with in Bahrain started teaching their staff sign language. They have Braille programs. I was working with the HR person, and we worked to change the word disabled to differently abled, because that was one of the big changes in my own narrative. When doctors said, you're never going to work, you have to accept. The problem with you, Patty, is you won't accept it. If you saw me now, and Mahavir will attest to this, you probably wouldn't know that I have this so-called condition, because one day a very dear friend of mine said, Patty, I see you as disabled. I see you as differently able. And that was the day that things really began to change, because not all of me was crippled. There was a lot of me, my voice, my heart, my desire. And so that's why I'm a big fan of equity. And in this company in Bahrain, there was a lot of discussion because people felt that differently abled was like woo, 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 a little bit too out there. But that's what equity is, not, as I said to Mahavir yesterday, we might be all in the same ocean, but we're not all in the same boat. And I see someone has written here, is it middle class, poor? Not necessarily. In some, there are some components of that, but it's the way in which we look at people. And we have to begin to look at people for their possibilities and not for their disabilities. It's a huge difference. Years ago, even when I worked with the World Health Organization, we worked to get the word handicapped removed from all of their language because handicap meant cap in hand. Equity is not about helping people because they got their cap in their hand like they're beggars on the street. It's acknowledging that everybody comes to the table with their own power and their own strength. And I'm really happy. As I said, in the 70s and 80s, we didn't want men, and that movement did not, it had a powerful effect, yes, but it was not sustainable because we can't do it without the brothers. And I think it's really, really important because you can't have one without the other. Men think one way, women think another way. Men, to me, are very linear. Women are more circular. Women make great leaders because we see the whole picture. God was right to make us the mothers. I remember when I was a kid, Mom, where's that navy blue shirt? It's on the third step going upstairs. It's underneath your brother's white sweatshirt. She always knew where everything was. Had I asked my father, he wouldn't even have known what I was talking about. But I love the way men think, and I've learned a lot from thinking in a more step by step by step. But what women bring to the table is this bigger picture of inclusion. What differently abled people bring to the table is a different way of looking at how to do the task. So for me, equity, equality, diversity, inclusion, these, I know they're nouns, but they're actually verbs. I also teach my leadership clients that leadership is a verb, integrity is a verb. All of those core values, they are verbs, they are actions. And the work that I saw, for example, of which Mahavir and the International Strategic Accelerator for Women, we're passionate about how can we move forward. This is at 148 years. If you look at the whole world before we get to equity and equality, it could be 300 years. Now, through my disability years, I spent a lot of times with the First Nations of Canada and the United States, the Native Indians. And they taught me, very important, we must live today for children not yet born 7 generations away. Well, if we look at these statistics of when are we finally going to get to equity and equality, that's about 7 generations away. We better get on it. Those children are banking on us. We're the ones who carry this torch. And it's a passion with me that we have these kinds of forums like this. We really open up our minds and our hearts and our spirits so that this little boy on the right side of the slide can watch the game just like everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Paddy. And I mean, for me, I mean, there is no real, really thinking about whether we should be supporting women or not, because why am I here? How am I here? It's because of my mom and then my wife, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. So there is no justification required as well. And in the business, there is empirical evidence available that the companies who have more female employees, they do better. I mean, it is a given. It's known. So why would we not do it? I mean, I can't understand if we are all finance people, we are the CFOs or the finance managers, we want to increase the return on investment. This is a short way. So why don't we adopt it? Okay. So I just want to take few more moments just to say, I mean, what I think should be done in terms of how we can help in this whole initiative. It's not initiative, I would say, it's our duty, I mean, we have to do it. And how we can do it is, first of all, we all sit in leadership positions. So we should influence that the pay is linked with performance. And performance, as far as, this topic, what we are talking about, it's linking it to the KPIs. You can have any sort of KPIs, but the KPIs should be not only diversity, it should be inclusion. And how are we showing inclusion? How many times we are putting the women on the front and say she's going to be our representative for this event? How many times are we going to give women the high profile projects, right? Then the other thing is the attitude. Especially I work in an oil and gas industry, and there is a report which was published by BCG and World Petroleum Council, WBC Energy. They published a report, Untapped Reserves 3.0. Still, only 23% women are employed in oil and gas industry. And one of the major issues what we have and what I see being in Bahrain and being in the oil and gas industry, women cannot do it. So that attitude, if they want to do it, we should make it happen, right? That's something tangible. We can measure and it should happen, right? Then the other thing is we should have something called listening sessions where we hear them out, we hear the women out, and they should feel safe to speak in that forum, to address their issues, to address what we can do to make it better for them, to retain and to attract women in the business. And for the ones who are in the business, I mean, how they can thrive and how they can achieve the same status as we have for the other gender, right? So those are some of the things which I think personally we should do it. I mean, and one of the speakers spoke about networking. It's difficult for women to network. We should help them to network internally as well as externally. We have to do conscious effort for these things, So that's where I think the role of male allies comes in. And why is it really challenging? Because the people who are sitting on the top, they're all male leaders, and their pay will get impacted if we implement these measures, right? So that's what we need to change. And we as leaders, I think we all owe it, we have a responsibility to change it.
You're absolutely right. And a few years ago, I was asked to introduce my program, Your Brave Voice, which is a communication program for women and women in leadership. And this was before Saudi Arabia was really on the track that it's on right now, right? And I heard that it was a mixed crowd. And of course, we did this on, because it was in the pandemic, early days of the pandemic. And I heard that the room was at least half filled with men. And I got a little nervous because I thought, I mean, this is a little bit of a feminist program, not a marching in the street screaming feminist, but women have the right to speak, and the world is waiting for it, to hear women's voices and to hear our opinions. So I started out, and it's a very important thing for the brothers to hear, the men to hear. I don't know, God comes and you say these things, and then afterwards you go, oh my goodness, what was I thinking? So I started out and I said, I'd like to speak to the gentlemen in the audience tonight, because what you're going to hear is somewhat of a feminist approach to women using their voice. But I want you to know, we do not want to walk in front of you. And we will no longer walk behind you. We want to walk shoulder to shoulder. And it's just, again, this is an equality. It's not that we want to take over, although sometimes on Facebook I say it's time for women to take over the world. I don't like all the wars, so every once in a while I get a little feminist and I say it's time for the women to take over, because we don't start for wars, we think differently. But it's really important. And at the end of that chat, and with so many of the husbands now in the Muslim world that the women I work with, they say, we are waiting for this message. We are waiting for our sisters, our wives, our daughters to stand up. The husband of one of my clients said, my wife has changed so much. And you know how easy it is now? When I sit down to do the book, she joins me. When there's a decision to make, she joins me. He said, I feel like I'm on a vacation. So I think I understand men are challenged. It's the same in North America. Matter of fact, United States, they never did get equal rights for women. It never did pass. It did in Canada. And women in Canada are supposed to be paid equally. But they're always going to court to get paid equally. So it looks like on paper that it's done well. But I know that men are many men, not all men, are challenged by this. But I think, first of all, it's up to we women to say, no, I don't want to run. I'm not going to compete with you. I want to complement your way of thinking. You think logically, I will think intuitively. You look at the now, and I will look at the big picture. Can you imagine? And one last thing I just want to say before I move on here. When we were coming out of the pandemic, Justin Trudeau, who's not always my favorite guy, the Prime Minister of Canada, but he did say something that I thought was so wise. He said, the only way we will get back on our feet coming out of the pandemic economically is to use the feminist economic model. And somebody said, what's that? And he said, healthcare, education, well-being. We have to think of the overall well-being of the citizens and how can we bring them back. And that took me to something when I worked with CEOs and whatnot. I said, today, employee well-being is the new bottom line. It's the only way now that if you don't take care of your employees and think about diversity, inclusion, equity, and equality, they're not going to go that extra mile for you. And if your employees don't want to go that extra mile, you're in trouble. You need to make people feel that you're taking care of them. And then the bottom line, the continuous increase in profitability will happen. But I think strongly, and I say this to a lot of the CEOs I work with, if you don't go that route, you're going to be a dinosaur. It's changing, and we have to stay with the changes.
Thank you, Patty. I'm very conscious of the time, and one last thing I would say that the role of male allies is like to literally pull the women up, right? So women helping women, but male can do it also and do it better because they are in majority. So they can pull women better, in a better way, and then we will have some equity, in which we definitely need. Otherwise, the world will take, as Paddy said, and the reports say, like more than 100 years, 200 years, 300 years to make this world an equitable place. So with that, I would like to conclude and thank you very much and open to any questions. And Paddy, please, if you have any last remarks or closing remarks, and thanks to the team here.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. I see this one comment here about male and female are intertwined. I for a long time I studied the Chinese cosmology, if you want, and it's right, the yin and the yang. I mean, there's in the darkness of the yang, of the yin energy, is that little white dot, and in the white of the male energy is that little black dot. We do have components of male and female in each other, and you just can't have one without the other. I want to say thank you for having both of us today, and thank you to my dear colleague Mahavir, who calls me Padima. He's so sweet.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paddy, for your inspiring life story, and CA Mahavir for your insights on equality and equity. I'm sure our members have a lot to take away from your session. Due to paucity of time, we will not be taking any questions. I will now request to present Ms. Paddy and CA Mahavir with the digital certificate in appreciation of their valuable insights to the members.
Before I proceed with that, I just want to place on record the personal thanks to both CA Mahavir Kothari and Ms. Paddy Kennedy for the simple fact that they have been one of the people who've been in this program from the very start till now. Of course, we as the organizers need to be there, but as a speaker, they could have stepped in at any point in time just before their session, but they've been here through all the sessions. And not only that, they've been very appreciative of the contributions that our previous speakers have done in the form of their compliments to them in the chat box. So a big round of applause to both Paddy and Mahavir on that.
Thank you.
I take this opportunity now, share a small token of appreciation in the form of a certificate both to Paddy. Followed with that, we will be sharing it to CA Mahavir as well. So here goes. Thank you, Paddy. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your thoughts and a bit of your life history as well, in brief, of course. And I take this opportunity to thank CA Mahavir as well for his contribution and the very thought that let's have a slightly different take, saying that without male allies, it'll be a bit more challenging. With male allies, maybe we can make it a bit easier. Thank you so much for that, CA Mahavir.
No, thank you for being open to that idea, because I mean, that doesn't really, I mean, ring a bell to a lot of people. But I mean, when I started to talk to you about this, I mean, you were very, very open and receptive. And I think I mean, also wanted to mention that Paddy, Ma, and myself, we didn't actually prepare for any of the discussion we had, because we wanted to have it like an impromptu discussion. So I mean, we are happy and available to talk to our members later. And as Padima mentioned, she runs this Brave Voice program for women. And I mean, if our members can benefit, I mean, we could organize a session for them.
Absolutely, absolutely sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And you can see from the comments that we are receiving in our chat that our members have really appreciated your session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now invite CA Maragathavali, who is also a part of our executive committee for the year 2023-2024 for the valedictory, followed with raffles. I don't need to give any introduction. My colleague has already said so much about her. So I'll just hand over to CA Maggie to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Rowana. We have concluded this 4th annual Women's Conference with so much of active participation from our members. When we actually planned these speech titles, I didn't know that all these pearls will come into a beautiful necklace. These seem to be very different topics. With Ms. Elena, she started with the equity and equality, and the concluding session also we concluded, like it's a full round we came. Ms. Laila took us through the strategies on how we can bring women to the forefront. Ms. Subalakshmi said how you have to have your passions, like you have to make time to follow your passions, balancing both the career and the personal front. CA Shri Priya Kumar took us through how to create communities, how to go the extra step to get
inspirations and to have a role model, the importance of having role model. And Dr. Srimati, with her energetic presence, she inspired us how to empower children, bring from education, give them good education. And Ms. Nurhan, how to value yourself, take your time to reflect and explore, allow yourself to fail, and put yourself in the right crowd. And finally, concluding, Ms. Paddy and CA Mahavir, they had given us beautiful insights of how to do it, how to bring in equity and equality, how to rope in men as allies, and how to influence and linked with performance, and including women, how to listen to them, and how to address this issue, how to put them in the forefront. Thank you so much for this session. And I would like to thank our volunteers for all the sessions, our CA, excuse me, CA Bharati, CA Ambika, CA Keta, CA Rowana, and sorry. And each and every one of our members who are here with us. Thank you so much. Over to you, Stano.
So as a matter of appreciation, since we have had volunteers through the session, I would just take a minute of your time. I request all members, participants who are there to stay back. We have the Kahoot quiz coming up in a few moments, but we would like to place on record our sincere appreciation to the volunteers who have taken their time out and made sure that this session is a great success. So at the outset, of course, the two pillars of the Bahrain chapter's committee members, which is CA Bhuvana Paneerselvam and CA Margathavalli Ramachandran, both have done exceptionally well. So it goes without saying that if the session is happening, they have invested a lot of time and effort in making sure that this session is a grand success. So a big round of applause to both of them. And along with them come our women contributors, the volunteers who have taken time out and made sure that this session is again a success. So a small token of appreciation to them as well. So we're sharing the certificates to CA Akhila Madhuri, who was the first master of ceremony at the start of the session after Bhuvana, when she had started this first session for Miss Laila Al-Qassab. Followed with that, we had the second volunteer, which is CA Bharati Maheshwari Tauri, who was the master of ceremony subsequently. A big round of applause to them as well. Then we have the third volunteer, which is CA Keta Shah. A round of applause to her as well.
Thank you, CA Sthanu.
We have an appreciation to CA Ambika as well. Just a second. And then finally to CA Rowana as well. Now, apart from the volunteers that we have as part of the women members, we also have two other important people who've made valuable contribution. CA Jagdish, who has been at the forefront along as the editor of the magazine, which was launched digitally at the start. Along with him was the co-editor CA Margathavalli Ramachandran. Again, a big round of applause to both of them. And we have our external consultants, vendors, volunteers, however you would call them, who have been instrumental in making sure that today's session went on smoothly. So for the backdrops, for the image, we have had Ranjit, who was instrumental in making sure that we have very beautiful visuals. The backdrop, which is seen by all of you, is designed by him, along with the magazine artwork. A round of applause to Mr. Ranjit. And then finally, the digital part of it, the AV, the videos we have had, and the voiceover, the videos for the voiceover. We have CA Mr. Ajit Kumar from Convex Media, who was again instrumental in making sure this was a grand success. Last but not least, we have our member, CA Surendran, who actively participated in making sure that the voice that you heard for each of the speakers, which was actually AI, it was AI driven. It was not a human being that spoke out the text. It was actually a robot or an AI bot that spoke. So thanks to CA Surendran for that. And now I hand over control back to CA Bhuvana Panneerselvam to take forward the proceedings to the Kahoot quiz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanu.
Mobile Kudagi. Sorry. Sorry.
So let's start the question. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the PIN number there. Kindly log in with the PIN number.
Is there
So
any
that-
requirement for numbers, membership number to be mentioned?
Yes, we would prefer the way is that most of you have already played on Kahoot. We'll just reiterate. You can have the app Kahoot app downloaded. Alternatively, you can use www.kahoot.it. For the purposes of logging in, please type in your name along with your membership number. It'll be easy for us to identify the winner. Thank you so much.
We have 14 already. Sorry. Can you please enter your membership number also along with your name? Suresh Surana ji. Please enter your membership number also.
Can
We
you please
request-
remove my previous entry? I've entered again 034049.
Thank you so much, Suresh ji.
Thank you.
We request Mahavir ji and the other gentleman as well, Vikas ji, to please use their name along with the number. We have 60 odd members in the participants. We request a considerable number to join in. We have 25 right now. We hope more participants join in quickly so we can proceed with the quiz immediately.
We have 27 already. Let's wait for some more members to join. We have 2 minutes to start now. Just 2 minutes left. Okay, let's move on now. Let's move on to the first question now. When is Bahrain's Women's Day celebrated and from which year it is started? July 1st of every year, started since 1998. December 1st of every year, started since 2008. Yeah. The scoreboard is Sanjeev. What is the symbol of International Women's Day? Next question. Yeah. Sanjeev on board. Third question. What is the color associated with the International Women's Day? Great. Let's move on to the... Oh, Mahavir is on the top now. Let's move on to the fourth question. Who first proposed the idea of International Women's Day? Who is on the top now? Jagdish. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Which country was the first to grant women the right to vote? Who is on the lead now? Jagdish again. Let's move on to the next question. Who was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize? Again, Jagdish, you are at the lead now. Next question. Who is the first female president of India and when she was sworn in? The leaderboard. Who is at the top? Jagdish again. Next question. What was the theme for the year 2023 International Women's Day. Jagdish, again you are rocking. Next, move on to the next question. What's the name of the test which measure representation of women in film? Yeah, Jagdish. Next, move on to the question. Who was the speaker on the topic Practical AI for Office Environment? Session concluded in January 2024. Yeah, it's great going. We'll move to the next question. How many speakers jointly conducted the Code of Conduct and Professional Ethics for CA session in February 2024?
Before we move forward, just wanted to clarify. The question asked is how many speakers conducted the session. While the announcement was made for 3, the actual number of members who took it forward was 2. Thank you.
We'll move to the next question. Who was the runner-up team in the BCICI cricket tournament held in February 2024? You recently conducted this one. Again, Jagdish. Let's move on to the next question. Who was a sponsor for BCICI tennis tournament held in 2024?
Next. I think someone is leaking the answers.
It was a recent examination. Jagdish on the top. Next question. According to ISAR Honor Statistics, how many applications were received by UNCTAD in 2023? Let's see. Jagdish, well done. Next question. Miss Laila Al-Qasab started her career in which of these organizations? Great, Jagdish. Next question. What's the percentage of women employees representation in ISRO? Next question. What does UNITED stands for? Move on to the next question. Which of these awards is not won by Subbalakshmi Krishnamurthy? Sangeeta Kalani. Yeah, we move on to the next question. What does ISAW stands for? Jagdish is on the scoreboard. Where is Miss Paddy Kennedy originally from? Yes, the correct answer is from Canada. Next question. The fictional children's book name First Kids on the Moon, authored by Dr. Srimati Kesan, was released by whom? Dr. Mailswamy Annadura is the correct answer. Jagdish at the top. Next question. As per recent news, what's the number of women aspirants who topped the CA exams at different levels in last decade? The correct answer is 75. Next question. Who is fondly referred as Nightingale of India? Sarojini Naidu. We have 2 more questions left. Name the scheme launched in 2023, which aims at economic empowerment and financial independence of rural Indian women. The correct answer is Lakpati Didi scheme. The last question. Which country had the first female prime minister in the world? Sri Lanka. The first winner is Jagdish, second Bharati, and third one is Maggie. Congratulations to the winners.
Bhuvana, ideally, we should not be included.
No. Since you do not know the questions and you don't know the answers, it was a fair competition. There was no, what do you say, opportunity for, yeah. So
Thank you.
since you don't know the question, none of you know the questions. So it's a fair game. So
Okay,
congratulations to
thank
the
you.
winner. And just to let you know, the winners have got a 10 BD gift voucher from Shukran 10 BD card. So a big round of applause. When we meet next, these will be handed over to each of you. Congratulations to CA Maggie, CA Bharati, and CA Jagdish. Thank you for the participation in the quiz, Kahoot quiz. In addition to that, as a final vote of thanks, I wanted to place on record big thanks to the participants from outside of Bahrain. We have very active participation throughout the entire proceedings from members across the GCC countries and from India. So a big shout out to each one of you. Thank you for participating in the Bahrain chapter's 4th annual Women Conference, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. And thank you all members for your participation as well. You all made it a grand success. I wish you all a very good afternoon, good evening, and a happy weekend for the rest of you. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep